Welcome to Orlando, Florida, where some of CrossFit's greatest athletes will look to pass their final qualifying test in an exam that started 5 months ago. 60 women, 60 men, and 40 teams have made it to the North American East semifinal. The test is tough and the spots are few, but for those left standing, the reward is oh so sweet. Who will punch their ticket to the 2023 CrossFit Games in Madison? 7 semifinals in 3 weeks. The Noble CrossFit semifinals begin now. In-person competition is finally here. For the last 3 months, the fittest athletes in the world have toiled inside the 4 walls of their affiliates. That is over. Welcome to the 2023 Noble CrossFit Games semifinals. We are in Orlando, Florida, home of the North American East semifinals, presented by Rogue. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram and Adrian Conway. And guys, no more doing these tests at a time of your choosing with your gear and your comfortable little setting. You got to show up, put up, or shut up.
Getting outside the affiliate and onto the competition floor. Semifinal season is finally here.
That's right. We're going to see who the real gamers are.
Let's take a look at the season so far. This started way back in February. On February 16th, the first open test was announced, and then we had 3 weeks of 3 tests, and we narrowed the field down from there. After the Worldwide Open, the top 10% of individuals and the top 25% of teams advanced to the quarterfinals, March 16th through April 2nd, and that has brought us here to the semifinals. They started back on April 28th with the online age group semis. Now we are in person. The top athletes, individual athletes, and the top teams move on to the CrossFit Games August 1st through the 6th. 6 days, and we will crown the fittest man, woman, and team on earth. This is week 1 of 3 for the semifinals. 23 total spots up for grabs here at the North America East semifinal. Africa also going over the next 3 days. Then week 2, 3 total semifinals, and then we close things out in week number 3 with Europe and in Asia. Of course, the big news coming into the North America East semifinal is not about who is here, but who is not. Mallory O'Brien announced earlier this week that she will not be competing for the remainder of the season, and this has a seismic effect on the women's competitive landscape.
Yeah, if we look at the competitive landscape only, this is the 3rd major domino on the women's side to fall this year. Haley Adams, Tia Toomey, and Mal O'Brien, 2 podium spots, 1st and 2nd, off the table. So it's wide open this year.
And Mal O'Brien took to her Instagram account on Tuesday to make the announcement that you see on her screen. Of course, we wish her all the best. There are plenty of talented competitors here who are now vying for that top spot on the podium, as Mallory O'Brien was the favorite to stand there. And the top women here in this semifinal who are vying for the win here in Orlando, they also have podium aspirations. Brooke Wells, Danielle Brandon, and Emma Lawson have all done very well at the games in the past. They are trying to get themselves onto the podium in Wisconsin.
Let's look at Brooke Wells right off the bat and talk about one of the greatest comebacks from injury in the history of our sport. That elbow injury back in 2021, and then coming back within the year and getting 5th place is absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see how it stacks up this year for her. And then you look at Danielle Brandon. She has been climbing up the leaderboard since 2019, getting 4th place last year. She's coming into the season that I talked to her coach Matt Torres, the healthiest she has ever been since competing in CrossFit. So that is a dangerous athlete on the competition floor. And then Emma Lawson, one of the best rookie debuts in the modern era we've had in the female division, wore the leader jersey as 17-year-old at the CrossFit Games. I can't wait to see what jump she makes this year on the competition floor.
Over on the men's side, we are going to get what should be a preview of some battles that we will see in Madison, Wisconsin, and most notably 2 men who also have podium aspirations. Roman Krennikov has already been there. He finished 2nd to Justin Medeiros last year at the CrossFit Games, and Jeffrey Adler has been rising through the ranks. He looks like he is poised to get a medal around his neck at the CrossFit Games.
But he's got to get through Roman first. Starting here at the Northeast semifinal, Roman got to step onto the competition floor at the CrossFit Games live for the first time last year and won over everyone. But at the same time, won events himself. He is going to be a dangerous player in Madison. But Jeff Adler, he's gotten 5th place twice at the CrossFit Games, once in 2020, but again in 2022, and he has reshaped himself from being just the strong athlete to being one of the most well-rounded athletes out here on the competition floor. But one more athlete to look at when you're looking at the programming. 5 to 7 of these tests have machines in them. This is a big boy test with a big engine, and Jason Hopper is one of those athletes. So don't be surprised that Hopper may be fighting for not just a podium spot here in the Northeast, but maybe a top spot.
Let's talk about the teams, because they're going to be the ones who kick competition off here on Thursday. We have 4 of the top 20 teams in the world here at this competition, including the one team that people think could win the whole thing. That's CrossFit East Nashville Proven.
They've got to be the favorites right out of the gate. Now, when you look at this team, you look at 4 CrossFit Games Affiliate Cup titles between Nisler and Williamson alone, and then they're going to add in Tim Paulson as well as Tolo Molequino. And we got to see, how is this 4 actually going to be able to come together to piece all these different dynamics as one? Now, we talked about Williamson. She has got a tremendous amount of capacity. When we think about the way that the test is going to play out through this whole event, we've got worm, we've got skills, we've got high capacity, but we know teamwork is actually what makes the dream work, and that is what's going to separate them. And then lastly, Mayhem Independence. They're going to be their primary challenger coming into this particular event. And the one thing to keep in mind is that Angelo DeChico was there last year when they had a presence and took 5th at the CrossFit Games. Can this new team come together and seize the moment, or perhaps a spot on the podium?
Well, Mike Arsenault is the 4th member of our broadcast team. He is down on the competition floor with more.
Thank you very much, Sean. Variance is going to be the word of the weekend. Typically in a CrossFit competition, the athletes and teams are focused on the top 3 or the top 5. And to get there, you typically need consistent top 10 or even top 15 finishes. However, with more than 30 games qualifying spots up for grabs across the men, women, and team competitions, a placement outside of the top 30 or outside of the top 40 doesn't necessarily signal the death knell for an athlete or team's competition. Similarly, athletes and teams finding themselves inside the top 10 heading into the final day of the competition, well, they're not guaranteed a spot either, because with so many athletes and teams competing, there's a lot of potential for wrenches to be thrown into qualifying plans. The leaderboard will be all shook up all weekend long, and I, for one, cannot wait, Sean.
It is going to be a blast to watch. Noble is the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. You can shop now by scanning the QR code on your screen. We have 2 tests for the teams today to kick us off. First one starts at 1 p.m. Eastern time, and then we will go right into test number 2. That starts at 3:40 p.m. here in Orlando, Florida. Stick around, everybody. The opening day of the North America East Semifinal is next.
Do you have to be fit to start CrossFit?
Oh, that's so not true.
I couldn't do 1 push-up. I couldn't run 400 meters.
I was out of shape. I was almost 300 pounds.
I heard of CrossFit, but I had no clue what it was.
CrossFit showed me a whole new level of what my body can do.
Nobody starts out CrossFit fit. You got to start from somewhere.
Just takes one day to go inside and try it out. One time. And then you'll know that you can.
As a 10-year affiliate, I would advise somebody who's new and starting out in the CrossFit world to be passionate in your pursuit of education, to hone in your craft and your skill, which CAP programming helps us do, and really take the opportunity with the time that's freed up to get to dig in deep with your members and your community, get to know what motivates them and triggers them and keeps them excited about coming back.
The CrossFit Games are the answer to who is the fittest person on earth. And that applies to both the men, the women, age group divisions, teenagers, teams, adaptive athletes. But for any person, the CrossFit Games are the place you find out how fit you are.
The CrossFit Games are the greatest, biggest stage of fitness where we find the best, most well-rounded athletes on the planet.
The cool thing about the CrossFit Games is that you never know exactly what the test is going to be. So we literally test things from long to short to medium, from heavy to light, to no weight, to odd object, to traditional objects, to things you may have prepared for or things you may not have prepared for. And that's literally what it is. It's a test of all of your years worth of work.
I think it exposes a lot of people, and the fittest are prepared for every element they're exposed to, and the games test that.
It's also a festival. It's also a great time to come and see other people engaging in a lifestyle that is supporting, embracing challenge.
It's a showcase for what CrossFit does. 15 years ago, you had people that were strong, or people that were fast, or people that could swim. You had people that were good at the things they did, O courses, whatever they were good at. And they showed up in the environment, and you could very quickly see, like, oh yeah, that's what that person's good at, but they can't do all this other stuff. And so then the world for 15 years has been doing CrossFit. It's constantly very functional. It's executed at high intensity. This thing that's just so amazing and so beautiful, but also so simple.
Everybody in the room is interested in everybody else getting better. Everybody in the room is interested in, hey, it's challenging, but that's a good thing. And that's the philosophy that the community embraces. Hey, challenge is worth pursuing. Hey, it's gonna make you better. Hey, I don't know if I can do it, but it's worth giving it a shot. And that's the CrossFit Games.
The road to Madison continues in Orlando. Day one of the North America East semifinal kicks off with team competition. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault is down on the competition floor. Team Test 1 is presented by the U.S. Army. And get comfortable, Adrian, because we're going to be here a while.
We are going to be here a while. This is going to be a 4 rounds for time, where the athletes are actually going to execute a station rotation and then meet at the worm for unified clean and jerks. And we're going to get 4 rounds where athletes are dosed up essentially with something new every round, from a 2.5 kilometer bike to an 800-meter run to a sandbag hold with their partners on the double unders.
10 teams in this first of 4 heats, as the North America East semifinal is officially underway. Team Test 1 presented by the U.S. Army.
North America East, brought to you by Chaco Go. Team Test
and the rotation order here will go as follows. It's based on where you start. The athletes right now on the double unders, once they are done with the world clean and jerks, they will move to the bike. The bike will move forward to the runner, and the athletes starting on the sandbag will begin the next round on the double unders.
Yeah, and one of those interesting hidden elements here is each athlete within that double under station is responsible for both the double unders and the hold. So we're going to see the athlete conclude the 150 reps and then switch places and grab that sandbag and hold on to that while the other athlete executes their 150 reps.
28-minute time cap. And
No pressure.
the team will not be able to
No pressure.
get to work on the worm until all 4 of them are done with their respective work. 2,000 meters on the bike for the women, 2,500 meters for the men, and then an 800-meter run, 150 double unders. And then the other athlete who's not doing the double unders has to hold a 150-pound sandbag or a 200-pound sandbag.
And we got some specific keys that we can focus on here. You know, I think there's going to be some things that help teams have success. Start where you are weak. One thing that you'll notice is as the teams took the floor, optimally they put each and every individual where they may perhaps struggle the most so that they could do that while they're fresh versus over fatigued. And then the other one is seize the transition. Now, we haven't seen any big ones take place yet, but you're going to notice that the teams that are most smooth from their individual work to getting worm clean and jerks executed are going to create a tremendous advantage against the field.
You'll see a placard that will indicate the meter distance for that particular athlete.
Some teams have already rotated their athletes on the double unders and the sandbag. In lane 2 is the Hennepin Hickory Hoosiers.
25 seconds in. Again,
and
8-minute time count.
Braden Lander, who's on the double unders right now, he was a sub. He was an alternate on the team, and he is here competing. And big thanks to the Hickory Hoosiers for wearing jerseys with their numbers and names on them.
Amen to that.
You get extra points. Shelby Forney is the athlete holding the sandbag. James East is on the runner. And then Brooklyn Lander is on the bike. So if you drop the bag, you cannot accumulate double unders. So Shelby Forney now has the bag held aloft, and Braden Lander can get to work again on his 150 double unders. This is round 1 of 4. Once all 4 athletes are done with their respective work, they will meet at the worm for 10 worm clean and jerks. Braden Lander is trying to finish up his double unders. In lane 6, it's Stad Cross at the JS Method National. They are your leaders right now for most words in their team name. They are in the lead.
They're in the lead, and there was no hesitation in getting directly to the worm and beginning to sync up for these worm clean and jerks. And there are a few things to take note here. You know, synchronization is very obviously needed for this movement, but when you're dealing with this apparatus that in total weighs 358 pounds, you have got to move it efficiently. There can't be any waves. You can't have too much front to back movement. These teams also have particular lanes that they've got to stay in.
That's Jean-Simon Wallamer, who is in the front for Stad CrossFit. And they have now 1 rep remaining. The foursome of Jean-Simon Wallamer, Isabel Carrier, Marie-Laurence Burdette, and Jason Uda. They are now done with round 1.
All right, and here's the key in these transitions. Notice many of them are jogging back to their starting stations. They're trying to create any advantage they can, and we've already got someone accumulating those meters.
CrossFit CLT Black, they look to be second done with that opening round, and now the Hickory Hoosiers moving back as well.
For our crews in this event, S number 1.
There's Jason Uda, who is on the bike for Stad CrossFit. Your leaders right now after the first round of work. Past the 5-minute mark, long event here, 28-minute time cap. This is the first of 4 heats that we will see in this opening test for the teams. Jean-Simon Wallamer is on the double unders. That looks like it's Marie-Laurence Burdette who is holding the bag for Stad CrossFit.
And you're already noticing some variance there in the body posture and the position when they hold that bag. If any of you are out there watching this broadcast that have familiarity with the sandbag, hold it on your belly. When you're trying to breathe hard, it's not an easy task.
150 double unders you need to accumulate. You can only get reps counted while your partner has that bag held.
this isometric contraction we see here where we're holding the sandbag and hugging it in, definitely tends to lend itself advantageous to athletes with longer limbs. They have an opportunity to actually lock their hands or grasp their hands together and hold the bag against their body.
Wallimer and Burnett will switch places, and Jean-Simon Wallimer, guys done very well in the open. 2 top 5 finishes on his resume. So every team is on to their second round here.
Have a whole nother event coming on down the road.
Sean, something that's interesting here from a pacing perspective is you don't want to go too fast too soon or for unnecessary time. A lot of traps that exist in a test like this is that you think when it's your turn to run, you need to run as fast as you can. But in fact, you only need to run as fast as your teammate can bike, and you only need to bike as fast as your teammates can execute these double unders and sandbag holds. So mom and dad, if you're out there watching your athlete run and you're thinking in your mind, I know they can run faster than that. Well, hold on now. They might intentionally be holding a little something back to pace with the rest of their team.
Athletes right now, though, neck deep in it.
Your leaders after round 1 on your screen now. Now, Isabelle Carrier is the athlete who is on the runner, and she is counting off her meters to the rest of her team so they can pace off of her.
Communication, one of the key elements to success here on the competition floor, and it's going to come in handy because it creates that urgency within them when they know she's getting close, but it also allows them to relax when they know she's still got some meters to accumulate and their work is almost done.
You saw Jason Uda in the back there shouting some instructions to Marie-Laurence Burdett, who is there with her hands on her hips. She and Jean-Simon Wallimer done with their portion of the work, and now Stad CrossFit will move back to the worm for the second time. And they have company
as we come back out. Our first team that was out to the worm.
Number 8. That's CrossFit Grandview on the right side of your screen. And now in lane 7, CrossFit CLT Black has moved into third.
1, 2, 3, CrossFit CLT Black.
Grandview CrossFit at the top of your screen. In the middle in the all black, that's CrossFit CLT Black. And then Stad CrossFit, they are your leaders. And now in lane 5, Triple T CrossFit have started their second set of 10 worm clean and jerks. 358 pounds in the worm. You have 2 70-pound sections, 2 100-pound sections, and then 3 6-pound spacer bags in there.
I'll tell you what, our crew down here in Lane,
and you feel every bit of those darn 6-pounders in there. You feel them.
At around 9 minutes and 30 seconds, they're heading back in. 2 more rounds to go.
Down in lane 8, Grandview is in the lead. They will be the first team to start round 3.
They're heading back to start round number 3.
Let's bring in Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor.
Well, as we see the top teams head back to the air runner, I'm sure we're going to talk a lot about CrossFit's 10 general physical skills throughout the weekend. I want to focus on accuracy because with a typical treadmill, that is machine powered. With the air runner, it is athlete powered. So my question for Adrian is how important is that stride on the air runner to ensure the most efficient movement so athletes aren't wasting energy while they're completing these 800-meter portions?
Mike, it's a great question, and your posture and accuracy are everything. You know, there's going to be 2 points of perspective here when you understand that we're actually not moving our bodies through space. So longer and bigger athletes can create an advantage for themselves if they understand how on the assault runner by elongating their stride and striking that treadmill with more force. And on the other hand, you've got to make sure you meet yourself where you're at. If you begin to run too fast or find yourself too far forward on that treadmill belt, you will accumulate a ridiculous amount of fatigue and dig yourself into a tremendous deficit throughout your time, even though right now they're running 800 meters at once. Great question, Mike.
There's Julian Broadbent on the double unders for Grandview. Broadbent has been taking numerous breaks on this set.
And this is where sometimes you can run into a little bit of trouble, right? They had a phenomenal last transition, even from the worm, where they all jogged back to the starting position to do their individual work. And this is really where the struggle will begin for many teams as we enter into the middle of this test.
Back in lane 6, Stad CrossFit. They are battling CrossFit Grandview for the lead here in this opening heat.
Correction, that was Tar Heel CrossFit over in lane number 1.
And now it's Jason Oud who's on the runner in the black shirt, and he is counting his meters off to his teammates as they will pace off of him. Marie-Laurence Burdette holding the bag, and Isabelle Carrier on the double unders. And that leaves Jean-Simon Wallamer in the back there on the bike. Third of 4 rounds.
Now, Sean, one thing to be mindful of is look at these extra jump ropes here surrounding the athletes doing double unders. You get just a touch out of your lane or a touch closer to it, that is one more thing to throw off your rhythm. And we know as fatigue builds, anything that stops you with your double unders makes it much more difficult, and you may want to throw your rope at your teammate also.
Isabelle Carrier, a quick break. Now she's mentioned timing and fatigue. She's back on track now. But Stad CrossFit battling with CrossFit Grandview right now for the lead in this heat. And we still have some teams that are just finishing up round 2. The leader's in round 3 of 4 right now. A minute to go before we hit the halfway point. Top 2 teams on the screen right now. Far right, Grandview. And on the left is Stad CrossFit. And in the middle, CrossFit CLT Black. They're in the mix for a spot in the top 3 right now in this heat as well.
And they're all fighting to get the reps done, fighting to hold the bag, fighting to allow their team to get back to the worm. One thing for us to be mindful of is watch the athlete's body language. We see a very tight midline, fresh legs early in this test on the runner and on the double unders. And as people fatigue, they begin to drop their chest. They begin to get more loose and less accurate with their hands and their shoulders. And of course, then they're exponentially building fatigue and creating more trouble down the road. So look at athletes' body posture. It can tell a tremendous amount about the story.
Carrier working on her double unders. Nathan Irby on the right side for Grandview, closing out his set, and now they will move to the worm for the 3rd time. So Grandview back in the lead. They briefly surrendered it to Stad CrossFit in that last round. Now 10 more worm clean and jerks.
Yeah, and it's good to see. It looked like Julianne Broadbent was beginning to struggle with those dubs, and then for her to be able to recuperate and recover and get them back on the path that they started that last round with is a big deal. They're already approaching the halfway mark for these clean and jerks, and no one else in sight. That communication's important there, right? She started to notice a buffer. Her heart rate got high. She got uncomfortable. She paused the team and then allowed them to take a breather.
Pardon me, Adrian. CLT Black and Stad CrossFit working their way back to the worm. So there's the battle for 2nd place in this heat as Grandview has really opened a lead here. They may finish this before any of the other teams get a rep in. Now CLT Black is able to knock out 1 rep, as is Stad CrossFit. Grandview has 1 remaining.
Here's what's even more interesting about this whole event than we've ever experienced in years past. With all the extra spots on the line, Sean, every second matters and every spot matters, even in these initial heats that are going to have a tremendous impact on the score. So Grandview can't just be concerned about the people to the left and to the right. They're really racing the clock.
Grandview has moved back to their stations by the machines for the fourth and final round.
And stop rattling it out.
Irby is back on the double unders.
DDT CrossFit Triple Ps.
And Carrie Ann Gold is the woman holding the bag in the box on the right side of your screen. And CrossFit CLT Black and Stad CrossFit on the left, fighting for second place, and that is where CLT will be as they head back for the fourth and final round.
Who's able to begin their fourth and final round as well. They are joining our leaders, CrossFit Grandview team.
And you see Carrie Ann Gold, she took a breather for a second with the bag on her knees, didn't bother dropping it to the ground. You know, that's a really smart way to conserve some energy while your partner can rest for their double unders. You don't want to have to re-clean that bag to your belly when you can just rest it on your knees.
Grandview has about a 50-second lead right now.
To kick off round number 4.
So that's stage 1, 2, and 3 as they make their way to the sandbag.
CLT Black in second place ahead of Stad CrossFit.
1, CrossFit Grandview team. Then it is 2, CrossFit CLT Black. And then
Top 3 teams
in lane number 6, rounding out your top
on your screen right now.
Final round 4, Stad CrossFit.
Cardin Lanfer in the middle of your screen for CLT Black on the double unders. Looks like Hunter Osmond on the runner, and Brian Young has the bag. Amanda Wykins in the back on the bike for CLT Black. Second place right now, trying to chase down Grandview on the right side of your screen. There, your leaders in this first of 4 heats.
Your favorite. You're like, I'm the best runner. I'm going to do that all 4 rounds.
And this is where you hope that most of these teams were able to strategically select to finish where they're strongest, right? It might not look like they're killing the pace or going as hard as they can, but from an energy standpoint, they want to stay as fresh as possible and be able to finish with these fast 10 clean and jerks here when they approach the worm for their final round.
Only 4 teams have made it right now into the fourth and final round. Less than 10 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Triple T CrossFit has just finished up round 2, or round 3, pardon me.
CrossFit advancing into the fourth and final round.
Smart there by Carrie Ann Gold, kicking the ropes out of the way, clearing space so she can spin her rope.
Gold is not able to get double unders going until Irby picks up that 200-pound bag. He's chalking up his hands here.
And this is where it's important to really know each other. You know, there's a tendency to want to rush things when it's one team versus another. You're fighting for every point, but you have to understand that Carrie Ann Gold cannot go until her teammate is ready, and she had to make sure, of course, that she even cleared it with him and made sure he got some chalk before she could go.
Gold is ripping through these double unders right now. Grandview came in with about a 50-second lead in this round, and they're looking to build on that here and take this opening heat. And now a break for Gold. And Drake Stevens is back on the runner, and Julian Broadbent is on the bike. Women need to complete 2,000 meters on the bike. The men need to complete 2,500 meters. And then everyone gets to do an 800-meter run on that true form runner. So now it's for Grandview just about getting Gold through these 150 double unders.
And this is where you feel that pressure. Pick up the bag, pick up the bag.
It's around number 4.
And it's great motivation for Gold as we saw her streamlining those double unders, staying close to the ground, elbows tight to her side, spinning the wrist fast. She has a tremendous amount of motivation because she sees her teammates suffering and going through a struggle with that bag. She wants to get these done as soon as possible.
Keep an eye on the 2 teams right next to Grandview.
We're a little over 20 minutes in, athletes.
Stad CrossFit and CLT Black.
Grandview putting in the work on the
Trying to push Grandview for first place here and cut into that 50-second lead, and now Gold with another break.
Trying to catch Grandview, Stad CrossFit, trying to catch CrossFit CLT Black. Can they do it here?
CLT Black on the left side of your screen. Brian Young on the jump rope. Cardin Lanfer is holding the bag.
Grandview's got a little bit of a bottleneck going on, the doubles in the sandbag.
CLT Black has an opportunity here.
Hunter Osmond is just about done with his run. He walked off the last couple of meters there. Now they will wait for
more no reps.
The Gold is starting to struggle here with the double unders. This could be opening the door for CLT Black and Stad CrossFit to get back in the fight for first place in this heat. Less than 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, and it's the bag that's creating the trouble here. Gold's ready to rock. She's ready to finish these dubs, but she has to make sure that her teammate has the bag in the proper position. They've received a few no reps because it was resting on his legs.
Nathan Irby really struggling with that 200-pound bag, and Gold is just trying to get these done as quickly as she possibly can and doing a great job of getting through them. Hand in the air for her judge, and Gold is through. And Grandview is making their way to the worm for the final time. Here comes CLT Black right behind them. Grandview to work first, and now they're out of sync here. They're out of sync. Grandview's got to drop it, and now CrossFit CLT Black is in the lead. Hunter Osmond in front for CLT Black. Amanda Wiggins behind him, and then it's Brian Young and Cardin Landfer. Stad CrossFit has moved to the worm. CLT now with 3 reps remaining.
CLT with 2 more reps to go. How's Grandview?
The final rep for Grandview as they look to bring home the heat win here.
I think it's going to be CLT.
And they will get it. CLT Black takes heat number 1 as they overtake Grandview on the final set of worm clean and jerks. Grandview has
what a great finish.
Another no rep for Grandview. They are falling apart on this last set of worm clean and jerks.
And this is where you see the struggle start to really accumulate from the bag. That bag, not the worm, did that to this team.
Stad CrossFit in the middle. Their female athletes wearing the pink tops. They have a chance now to finish second in this heat. And now they get a no rep. 2 reps remaining for them. Grandview down to 2 as well. They are on the right side of the screen. Triple T CrossFit and the CrossFit NP Hickory Hoosiers are starting to creep up here. The Stad is done. They will take second place in the heat. So Grandview goes from having a 50-second lead to now looking at a 3rd place finish in the heat. But keep an eye on the team on the far left side of your screen. That's Triple T CrossFit. They're sneaking up, and at the far end of the floor, you can't see them now. The NP Hickory Hoosiers, they've really put on a charge here late, looking to finish inside the top 5.
Wow.
Triple T is in, and now Grandview got another no rep. So Grandview is now looking to finish in 5th place as the Hickory Hoosiers came across as well.
And this is an example of redlining. We've all done it. We've all been there at some point, close to the end of the workout, perhaps sometimes right in the middle, where you go just a tad too fast too soon, where you hold on too long when you should have took 1 more break, and it affects you the rest of the workout, in this case, the rest of the test.
Now Grandview is in.
We've got 3 minutes. Athletes, you have 3 minutes remaining before that time cap gets you. Lane number
12 Labors CrossFit Cerberus in lane 4. They look to be the next team to finish. Wes Peters, Sean Brown, Erica Copeland, and Tammy Granitsky.
12 Labors looking to get their final worm clean and jerk.
And they are through. Still have 4 teams on the floor. Tar Heel CrossFit in lane 1.
6 minutes on the time clock. 28-minute time cap in place, just about 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Joe Flynn, Keegan Alvis, Chandler Schuford, and Maria Ackley.
They're doing a great job trying to keep the worm as close to their starting position as possible, even when they drop it. One of the hidden aspects of moving this apparatus is keeping it close in the descent. If you let it roll away, if it gets thrown off, it's going to make your next rep that much more difficult.
Less than 2 minutes to go before we hit the time cap.
Tell you what, the worm taking its toll here in the later rounds. I believe we are 3 reps in, I think, for Crash. 2 reps in.
Over in lane number 1 with
22:43 seconds. 22 minutes 43 seconds for CLT Black right now, your unofficial top time, with 3 heats remaining as Tar Heel CrossFit is across the finish line. Far end of the floor, that's CrossFit Crash Red.
Halfway done is CrossFit Crash Red.
With 5 reps remaining on their final set of worm clean and jerks. Mike McDonald, Zach Galloway, Hannah Pruitt, and Jennifer Miata Stoltz.
Number 6 on the books, looking to hang tough for 4 more reps.
athletes. You have 1 minute.
Seven reps in his Crash Red.
Less than a minute to go before we close out this first of 4 heats here at CLT Black. Gets the heat win.
On deck to potentially finish this up just under that time cap.
Only 40 seconds before we hit this time cap.
1 rep to go.
Final rep
Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise
for CrossFit Crash Red, and that will leave
30 seconds.
just one team looking to get time capped, and that's CrossFit Seoul Miami. There are 2 teams remaining out there. Down in lane number 9, CrossFit Woodbine Blue Crab Fitness also still on the competition floor. So 8 of the 10 teams in this opening heat will finish. And it's CrossFit CLT Black, 22 minutes, 43.81 seconds, putting on a late charge to overtake CrossFit Grandview, who had all kinds of struggles on that worm, and it started for Grandview right when they picked it up on that final set.
Yeah, and what you're seeing is an accumulation of fatigue that built. Look at their last teammate walking. He was not ready to pick up that worm, and so everything synchronization-wise was completely off for these final reps, and it made it a big struggle. The other teams, however, got there just a touch slower, but a touch bit more fast, and were able to stay in sync and chip away at those last 10 reps, which, Sean, I'm going to tell you right now, probably felt at least like 30 extra reps.
So heat 1 is done. We do know that CLT Black, they are your heat winners, 22 minutes, 43.81 seconds, as we are now officially underway at the North America East semifinal in Orlando, Florida. Stat Here are your unofficial results for Heat 1. The Grandview, they had a 50-second lead over everybody else in round 3. They wind up finishing in 25 minutes, so more than 2 minutes back of CLT Black, the team that takes heat number 1. Action continues here at the North America East semifinal in Orlando, Florida. We are in the opening test for the teams. One heat is down, 3 remain. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. We have Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor. Team test number 1 presented by the U.S. Army. And as we saw in that final heat, Adrian, there's so much that just plays into what you're able to do on the worm, and it came down to the worm in heat number 1.
Yeah, it did. It came down directly to the worm, and what people have to understand is the accumulation of work that is taking place as we move the worm each sequential round between these 10 clean and jerks is a lot. They're going through this 2.5K bike, 800-meter run, and the bear hug is equal to how long it takes your teammate to accumulate the 150 double unders. Then, oh, by the way, you've got to switch at that particular station before you advance.
10 more teams on the floor for this second of 4 heats. The time to beat out of heat number 1, we just saw that put up from CLT Black, 22 minutes, 43.81 seconds.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Heat 2 is underway, and if you are just joining us and missed the beginning of heat number 1, the rotation order is based on where you started the last round. So as we see this round begin, the athletes who are starting on the double unders, when we start round 2, they will be on the bike. The bike will move forward to the runner will move forward to the sandbag.
And that hidden element there is while you're holding that sandbag, your other teammate is executing the 150 double unders. Once they are done, you rotate within that station and touch the sandbag and the double unders.
Once they completed that, they will move forward to the worm.
2,500 meters on the bike for the men, 2,000 meters for the women. Everyone needs to do an 800-meter run, then 150 double unders. And as Adrian just mentioned, the person not doing the double unders and who's not on the bike or the runner gets to hold a 200-pound bag if you're a man and 150-pound bag if you're a woman.
And we're already seeing some teams take a different approach, intentionally dropping the bag early to pace it out. They're in lane 3, CrossFit hard mounts.
That sandbag hold. The judges have their hand in the air, so that means the rep is good. The
bike is the probably least desirable portion sometimes for a lot of athletes.
Yeah, and the bike on this one is a bit of a different approach. I'm sure that all these teams had an understanding to practice this event or this test before they were able to show up here on game day and be able to understand what pace they needed to hold there to get off in a timely fashion, to match the run and to match the double unders.
This event with that 28-minute time cap. Larry, I think you said the time to beat was around 24 minutes.
It was 22:43, quick, fast, and in a hurry by CrossFit.
And the athletes on the bag and the double unders will switch within the round. You will wind up doing a total of 300 double unders in this test.
Which is nothing to ignore when you also know that each athlete has to execute an 800-meter run. They're both a form of bounding, right? A plyometric movement that can be very ballistic on the lower legs, the feet. If you haven't been putting in the time running, it's not only going to hurt you on the runner, but it's going to actually affect the way that you bound and jump.
The quest for these teams to qualify for this year's CrossFit.
You'll notice a lot of communication taking place too, non-verbal, between the double under athlete and the athlete doing the sandbag hold, looking at each other in the eyes, checking in, giving them a nod, I'm good, shaking their head no if they're not good, and probably helping them understand they need to take a break on the dub so they can drop the bag.
So look at CrossFit Hype, the takeover. Rob Thomas, Tara Demers, Kayla Stefano, and Ben Manganaro.
Throughout this particular test.
A lot of fitness to be had this
down in lane 1, CrossFit
heat
Southie
number
White.
2 of 4. Looks like we've got our first team
Looks like we got some
making their way
jump
to
rope
the worm.
problems going on here in lane 1.
Now we have a couple teams moving to the worm for the first time. In lane 4, CrossFit Hype, the takeover. And in lane 6, CrossFit Le Repair.
Yes, ma'am, I believe you're correct.
The 10 worm clean and jerks here. That worm weighs 358 pounds. 2 70-pound sections, 2 100-pound sections, and then 3 6-pound filler bags.
It sounded right in my head before
It's 11 feet long.
So it doesn't sound right now. The rest of the heat now.
This is our first look at these groups of teams getting a shot at the worm. Some things to keep in mind is controlling that thing and keeping it close to the team as an entire unit, making sure that there's no whipping of the worm on the front or back. From side to side is, of course, that you got to adjust it before the next rep.
CrossFit Hype just got hit with a no rep. You saw their judge explaining that they did not fully open their hips at the top of that rep.
First round, probably a little bit quicker. We'll keep our eye on the clock, see what time they get through round number 1. Here we
It's
go.
going to be CrossFit Le Repair who is moving the worm first. And they will begin round 2 ahead of everybody else. The foursome of Stéphane Cossette, Felix Anton Lemay, Jessica Nadeau, and Audrey Anne Père Dupuis.
And rounding out your top 3 there in lane number 7, 3 Kings CrossFit. That M&A, I believe, our leaders.
22 minutes, 43 seconds is the time to beat. That belongs to CrossFit CLT Black from Heat 1. This is the second of 4 heats in the opening test of the teams. Let's bring in Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor.
Well, we're looking at the sandbag hold, and as we move through this event again this test with the 28-minute time cap, Adrian, you mentioned that if you had that sandbag right up against your chest, it's difficult to breathe, but if you have it further away from your chest, it's going to be more difficult on the arms. Am I correct in assuming because this test is so cardio dominant, you want to keep it off the chest to protect that breath and just let the arms go, or how would you approach each of these 4 sandbag holds through this test?
Well, Mike, you're fighting a big battle either way you choose, but most athletes are going to want to try to keep it as close in proximity as possible. The closer a load is to our spine or our midline, the safer it is, but also the more effectively we can hold on to it for longer bouts of time. And while their arms aren't being highly demanded in this test, they will need them for the double under. So they're, a big point of success here with the sandbag hold is exposure. If they've never gotten exposed to this isometric contraction with their backs slightly rounded and being able to create that static, unchanging trunk, then it's going to make it extremely difficult.
So Rob Thomas in the blue shirt holding the bag for CrossFit Hype to take over. I think 3 Kings CrossFit and CrossFit Le Repair are in the back half of the second round as they have just switched their athletes on the bag in the double unders. Le Repair is on the left, 3 Kings CrossFit on the right.
2 rounds in, and we already get to see some quite different body language and postural changes from some of the athletes, even as they break halfway on their double unders. One of the most effective ways is to think about jumping as minimally as possible. And as fatigue builds, commonly we see athletes start to bound higher and higher because they're starting to spin the rope slower. For those tuning in with us, you understand that as we get deep into a double underset, you start to pull up your knees and pull up those heels. The real trick is continue to spin your arms fast and keep those elbows close to the roots.
CrossFit Hard Knocks on the left side of your screen now towards the bottom in lane 3. They have moved into 3rd place. Sydney Moskovitz is the athlete on the double unders. Eric Thomas holding the bag. Pardon me, that's Alexis Kolibianki who is on her double unders. Moskovitz is on the runner. And then Seth Sherritt working on his 2,500 meters on the bike. Your leaders in this second of 4 heats. CrossFit Le Repair on the left, 3 Kings CrossFit on the right. Le Repair was the first team to start this second round. Now, top 3 teams on the screen. Hard Knocks in the box on the left side as Kole Bianchi has closed out her double unders, and they are waiting on City Moskowitz on the runner to wrap up her 800-meter trip.
Major factor in heat number 1.
That's where we want to consider pacing in practice.
And now in lane 7, Three Kings CrossFit. They will be the first team back to the worm for the second time. Dylan Boss, Kayla El Nagar, Marina Clark, and Chris Berger. Dylan Boss in front for his team. And now here comes CrossFit Hype, the takeover.
So it is 1, Three Kings CrossFit, 2, CrossFit Hype, and then here we go, rounding out our top 3 for this
And now in lane 3, CrossFit Hard Knocks. So Le Repair, the team that was in the lead there in the first round, they have fallen way back here in round 2. And they are done as Le Repair. You're going to see them join these 3 teams at the Worm. But it was Three Kings CrossFit at the top of your screen. First team to the Worm here. And they are now done with round 2.
Yeah, they made short work of those 10. They have a great pace going right now, at least from what it seems. But we also saw from the last heat that things can be doing really, really well through the first 3 rounds and then take a turn for the worse in the 4th.
Three Kings getting to work on round number 3. Dylan Boss getting ready to pick up that 200-pound bag as Marina Clark is on the double unders. Those 2 will switch within this round. CrossFit Hard Knocks in lane 3, they have moved into a tie with CrossFit Hype, the takeover, right next to them in lane 4. Those 2 teams now have started round 3.
Time to beat set in heat number 1 by CrossFit CLT Black 22:43. Probably about the halfway.
Top 3 teams on the screen, right side, Three Kings CrossFit, who moved themselves into first place in this heat in the prior round. Hard Knocks and Hype, the takeover, fighting for second.
Sean, the mental battle that these athletes are facing with that sandbag is greater than many people may realize. You're looking your teammate dead in the eye knowing that you've got to get that work accumulated, but your body is so terribly uncomfortable. And all the while you've got to consider, can I still be my physical best to get the work at the Worm done when it's time and it's asked of me? So there's a fine balance between I'm going to suffer for my team, and then there's also I've got to be smart for my team.
12 minutes gone by, 16 minutes remain here. The time to beat again, CLT Black from heat number 1, 22 minutes, 43 seconds. Stad CrossFit, they had the second best time, 23 minutes, 56 seconds. CrossFit Hype to take over, currently fighting with Hard Knocks for second place in this heat. As Tara Demers is holding that bag, and Rob Thomas is working on his 150 double unders. Kayla Stefano is on the runner, and Ben Manganaro is on the bike. You know, Adrian, on a normal day, I want no part of any kind of run. But looking at these athletes really strain with this bag, this looks to be the part that's taken some of the biggest tolls on the athletes out there.
Oh, yeah. So just like I mentioned, that mental anguish, the whole reason it exists and it's a staple within this test is because of the physical duress that it puts you under. Your entire posterior is getting taxed from jumping to running to biking. Oh, by the way, these 358-pound worm clean and jerks up and over your head. And then you've got to just stand still with a load in front of you, not on your shoulder, and that exponentially makes it much more difficult and that much more painful.
Three Kings CrossFit in lane 7. They are your leaders. As Dylan Boss is on his 150 double unders, Marina Clark is holding the bag. Kalela El Nagara is on the runner. And Chris Berger pedaling 2,500 meters on the bike.
And Boss is doing just that on the double unders. He's got a tremendous amount of urgency there, as we saw him have one trip up while his teammate was holding the bag, but now they get to rest and they get to kick it in to a recovery mode while they wait for their teammates to finish the bike and the run. And in my opinion, this is big here from a strategic perspective. I would love to get my athlete on the bag as much rest as possible before they got to get back to the worm, because that's really where you can run into trouble if they're last and they're blowing themselves up and they're under duress, and then you got to help them run down to the worm and then find a way to make the next reps happen.
And we saw what can happen if you get to the worm and you're not ready. Grandview with that lead going into the 4th and final round in heat number 1, just falling apart on their final set of 10 worm clean and jerks. And that is what allows CLT Black to put up the top time and win that heat at 22 minutes, 43 seconds. And now Three Kings back to the worm here in round 3.
Worm still moving in very much a synchronized fashion. It comes off the ground in uniform.
All alone right now. And the worm in round number 3. Who's going to join him?
Now in lane 3, Hard Knocks has moved ahead of CrossFit Hype the takeover for 2nd place. Hard Knocks on the left, Three Kings is on the right. On the left, it's Seth Sherritt, Alexis Kolibianki, Eric Thomas, and Sidney Moskowitz for Hard Knocks. And then on the right, Dylan Boss, Kalela El Nagar, Marina Clark, and Chris Berger for Three Kings. Past the 16-minute mark now, 12 minutes remain. And Three Kings is done with round 3 as CrossFit Hype the takeover now just getting to the worm for their 10 reps.
And the tricky thing about that worm is that a lot of these athletes are communicating verbally to get the reps done. So that's another thing to consider as we watch, is just that they've built a tremendous amount of fatigue. We're 16 minutes and 30 seconds in, and one of those athletes out there is telling them, ready, go, for every repetition, and that adds up over time.
Three Kings on the right side. Hard Knocks advancing the worm for the final time. And they will head into round 4. Final round here for Three Kings and Hard Knocks. About a 40-second lead for Three Kings. Grandview was in a very similar situation in the prior heat. They had about a 50-second lead in round 3. And then watch that quickly disappear.
Yeah, and I'm watching Three Kings runner, and the body language that I'm reading is suffer, suffer, suffer.
Eric Thomas is on the runner for Hard Knocks, and it's Chris Berger on the runner for Three Kings CrossFit. Approaching the 18-minute mark.
One of the keys here to this event was to attempt to try to order your team in such a way that you started where you were weakest. And so what we should see for a lot of these teams that are coming into their final round is they should be taking the place where they're most confident and comfortable now, so they didn't have to finish with something that they would struggle with into the final clean and jerks. But it could be telling on how did they strategically set up, who started where, and was it the optimal way?
Dylan Boss on the right side of your screen is on the double unders for Three Kings, and that's his second trip up that we've seen here in the past couple minute or so. Now he seems to be in rhythm. Kalele Alnagar is the woman who is holding the bag, and now she and Boss will rest. Hard Knocks on the left side of your screen, trying to make up a 40-second deficit to Three Kings. 22 minutes, 43 seconds. That is your top time from CLT CrossFit Black in heat number 1. Three Kings has now made the switch on the double unders in the bag. So Dylan Boss talking to Chris Berger. We saw in the prior heat, the athlete on the runner really doing a good job of communicating to his or her teammates, because that's really the person you need to pace off here, it seems.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. You got to really make sure you got to check in with your runner. They're going to take a while. They know, and from what we see from the placard's perspective, he's still around 400 meters, as he's not yet closed in on the 600-meter mark. So communicating that clearly allows the athletes on the double unders and on the bag to dictate what kind of urgency they need to pick it up, how often they can rest.
Dylan Boss holding that bag for Three Kings CrossFit. On the left is Hard Knocks. Moskovitz on the bag. Sherritt on the double unders. And it's the team in lane 4. CrossFit Hype, the takeover. Right next to Hard Knocks in the box on the left side of your screen. They are in 3rd place right now.
And both athletes going to work have a great posture right now. They still got plenty of bounce. They're still spinning the wrists very quickly, elbows along the side. Like them at threshold, they're executing very well. And this is the key to finding that threshold day in and day out when we're training, and not only when we're being tested.
Let's put our hands together for these athletes. Get in, digging deep. All of them now in round 4, their final round. We are 21 minutes.
Three Kings CrossFit on the right. If they can hold this pace, they should, barring any sort of disaster on the worm, set the new mark to beat. 22 minutes, 43 seconds. That's the top time.
That time to be drawing closer and closer. 22:43, the mark. Will we see a team?
Take that back. They're going to have to push the pace here in order to make that. It doesn't look like it's going to happen for them.
Yeah, they'd have to really increase at least the output that we've seen so far.
I thought they were farther along than they were, so they're now looking to get in ahead of Stad CrossFit. They have the next best time at 23:56. The Three Kings back to the worm. Way ahead in this heat, but off the pace now for the top mark.
All right, and this is what we got to pay attention to. We know that Dylan just got off that bag, and he is in the front of the worm. The front of the worm, if you've never experienced it, seems like that thing is almost about 30 pounds heavier. And they had to switch, so that was a no repetition. They had to switch who was in the lead. Again, a strategic move. Give Dylan a little bit of reprieve to move him in the middle of the worm.
Chris Berger and Dylan Boss swapping there. The CrossFit CLT Black, they're going to hang on to the top time. Here comes Hard Knocks in second place in the heat. 23 minutes, 56.99 seconds. That is the second best time right now. The 5 reps remain.
Three Kings halfway done. Stay strong.
We're now down in lane number 10, Stay Strong CrossFit Black. They are now at the top of your screen. They have moved into third place.
This is going to be a close finish here.
Well, Hard Knocks putting on a bit of a charge here. They have some pressure on Three Kings. Three Kings now down to their final rep, and a no rep for Hard Knocks, and that is going to open the door for Three Kings to win this heat and bring home the second best time that we have seen.
I'm gonna say that last sandbag hold is the Grim Reaper.
Lane number 3 with one.
It's just taking casualties.
Hard Knocks is in second place in the heat.
Athletes, you have 4 minutes remaining.
With 23 minutes,
We've got 4 reps remaining.
37.41 seconds for Three Kings. That moves them into second place overall. Hard Knocks is now in third place overall, 23:52.19, and CLT CrossFit Black still your top time. As Stay Strong CrossFit Black, they are across. John Finn III, Pat Finn, Sammy Corzelli, and Taylor Koss are in. The CrossFit Hype, the takeover, they are done. 24 minutes, 28.66 seconds for them. As we are approaching the 25-minute mark, 28-minute time cap here, second of 4 heats and test number 1 for the teams.
CrossFit Hype second team here. Energy.
Jeremy Morgenbesser, RJ Baldoni, Katie Canning, and Jenny Hunt on the worm for CrossFit Hype the Energy.
That was close to missed time there. Leader needed a second.
They're the only team on the worm right now. CrossFit Southie White, they're moving to the worm. With 10 Skills CrossFit Synergy and CrossFit Addict, top of your screen, onto the worm for the final time as well. And CrossFit Hype the Energy, your leaders on the floor. And now 2 minutes before we hit the time cap. The CrossFit Hype the Energy, they are across.
5 reps in for CrossFit Addict in lane number 9.
10 Skills CrossFit Synergy on the left, CrossFit Addict on the right. They're fighting with CrossFit Southie White now for 6th place in the heat.
Oh man, we saw almost all momentum in that last clean and jerk there on the right. Lose. Oh, and they make it happen.
CrossFit Addict is in. Final rep for 10 Skills CrossFit Synergy. They are through. And now 40 seconds to go before we hit the time cap.
Sean, I'm really curious to see how the residual fatigue from this particular test is going to add up throughout the course of the weekend. This being test 1, blowing up the midline, getting the legs a little toasty. Like this is going to carry into the next several days of competition.
That is CrossFit Le Repair, who just finished up, and they were towards the front in round 1. They're going to wind up taking 8th place in the heat. The Three Kings CrossFit, they are your winners as you take a look at CrossFit Southie White coming over the finish line inside the time cap. Three Kings CrossFit with a time of 23 minutes, 37.41 seconds to take the heat. Right now, that's the second best time that we have seen. CrossFit CLT Black's mark of 22 minutes, 43.81 seconds, still the top time.
And Three Kings was rolling. They established a really good pace out the gate, and we knew exactly what it would be. We watched it in the last heat when they had a little bit of struggle towards the end, and Three Kings kind of ran into that themselves. I said earlier that I'm going to call the last sandbag hold the Grim Reaper, and it's because it tends to slow you down on those last clean and jerks tremendously.
And think Three Kings CrossFit was able to get across and hold on to the lead that they built in round 3. They take the heat, and right now they sit in second place overall with 2 heats remaining.
Way to finish that shit. Good job, guys.
We are halfway through Team Test 1 here at the North American East Semifinal in Orlando, Florida. Glad you're with us, everybody, on the opening day of competition. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault has us covered down on the competition floor. Team Test 1 is presented by the U.S. Army. And as we've now seen 2 heats, Adrian, that last sandbag hold, if you're that athlete, you're going to have a bad time.
It seems like you're just going to have a bad time no matter who it is at this point. And we've called that thing the Grim Reaper. I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but it seems to fit the description. We're going through 4 total rounds where the teams are going to start individually and accumulate work on the Echo Bike, on the 800-meter run, and on the sandbag hold with the double unders. As the work is finished, they'll get into the 10 warm clean and jerks to conclude each round.
10 more teams on the competition floor, and through 2 heats, Lane 7 has won both heats, and that's where we find AB CrossFit Mayhem, a team, if you remember last year, some people didn't pay a lot of attention to them, wound up qualifying out of the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge.
That's right, they qualified last year, and they finished 23 in the world. Not bad for being, quote-unquote, the underdog. So how can that be our team to watch here in this heat?
So Mario Santaella acknowledge the fans here. So 22 minutes, 43.81 seconds. That is the time to beat that has stood since heat number 1 from CLT CrossFit Black.
We have got some heavy hitters out there on the floor in this heat.
Shakes out like this, 4 rounds. 4 time with one member of the team at each of the stations. 2,500 or 2,000 meters on the bike.
As you're looking at the floor now, the athletes who are on the double unders right now, they started on the double unders. In the beginning of round 2, they will move to the bike. The bike will move forward to the runner, and the runner will move forward to the bag.
For 10, a warm clean and jerks. They'll then advance it to the next round area on the competition floor. Ground the worm, head back, and start the process over again.
Larry, you can bet that people are tuning in from all over the world, especially
Game 2 is CrossFit West Chase.
They go in weeks 2 and 3. They are taking notes and seeing it how it's done.
Yeah, one thing to pay attention to earlier, other than this tremendous fashion of the tank top, the breathe right strip, and the jorts, is the body language of these athletes. Hopefully they were able to strategically put themselves in the best position for the end of this test. So athletes often should be starting where they might find themselves struggle the most as fatigue starts to build.
So that's Dylan Bailey, who is rocking the jorts and the breathe right strip. Meanwhile, in lane 7, it's been the lucky lane so far. That's AB CrossFit Mayhem. Mario Santaella is holding the bag. Laura Sanchez is on the double unders. Ivan Verdun is the man working on his 800 meters on the runner, and that leaves Maria Camila Quintero on the bike.
Number 1, after we were talking about earlier, they're probably feeling fresh, right? Competition just started.
Third of 4 heats here in the opening test of the team competition at the North America East semifinal. 10 teams will advance from this semifinal to the 2023 Noble CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin.
For the first 3 burpees, whatever it is, like, this isn't bad. And like you said about round number 3, you're like, oh man, I've been doing this.
The faces change a little bit.
Yep. We've all been there.
We've got a vet-savvy team right here and move fast, lift heavy, who's got to be one of our favorites throughout the course of this entire event when we consider who's going to be in one of the top 10 spots. They're not only eyeing for a top 10 spot, they're eyeing for a spot on the podium.
Christian Harris holding the bag. Winter Nicolette Rodriguez is on the double unders. Chloe Gavin David is on the runner. And then Will Carter is the man cranking away on the bike. Meanwhile, in lane 2, CrossFit West Chase, they are on to the worm. And Aaron Hanna moving into the front. AB CrossFit Mayhem in lane 7. They are on to the worm. And in lane 4, CrossFit Resurrection. AB CrossFit Mayhem on the right side of your screen. Lanes 2, 3, and 4 on the left. West Chase, CrossFit Move Fast, Lift Heavy 24/7, and CrossFit Resurrection. And now every team has gotten to the worm for the first time.
And one thing you'll notice, Sean, is as we watched Mayhem execute those worm reps, they weren't just moving it, but they were moving it fast. From the time it lifted off the ground to land it on the floor on the opposite side, that really shows a lot of their capacity with that particular apparatus.
AB CrossFit Mayhem, they are in the lead after the first round, and CrossFit West Chase closely behind them in second place. And so far, lane number 7 has been the winning lane in the first 2 heats, and AB CrossFit, they have an early lead.
Move fast, lift heavy, 24/7.
40.
All teams except for one done with round number 1. 22 minutes, 43.81 seconds from heat number 1, CLT CrossFit Black. That is our top time. 1 heat remains after this. Let's bring in Mike Arsenault, who's down on the competition floor.
Well, you're looking at Chloe Gauvin-David, not a stranger to the team competition, but she's new to the Move Fast Lift Heavy team. She was a mainstay on CrossFit Pro in Montreal. She went to the games with them last year, and then she retired. She was retired for 4 months. She was still training, focusing on strength, when Move Fast Lift Heavy reached out to her and asked if she would join their team. She jumped at the opportunity to have a fully sponsored, financially compensated trip to the games, so she's joined this team for the opportunity opportunity, and this is her last shot. She told me that win or lose, this is her last year competing. She's retiring from competition at the end of the season to start a family, so she's looking forward to potentially ending her CrossFit Games career with a championship.
So what do they say? Show me the money is how that one went.
It's probably to hurry up with those double unders. That's probably what it is. Probably hurry up.
As Chloe Govin-David and the rest of her team with Move Fast Lift Heavy 24/7 work through their second round. AB CrossFit Mayhem is in front here. Laura Sanchez on the bag. I believe that's Ivan Verdun on the double unders.
Yeah, and you notice between Laura and Ivan, shorter statured athletes, that bag takes a toll, right? When you've got to reach your arms around there to try to grasp it in maybe a foreign way or a different way than someone with longer limbs, it's going to fatigue your midline more. You've got to round your shoulders forward more instead of being in that neutral position that we train in so often.
You guys, let's give these teams a boost here in round number 2. 7 minutes in. 90.
We haven't seen either athlete break though, and they're still looking smooth as Ivan chips away at these double unders.
Move Fast Lift Heavy 24/7. They've made the switch on their athletes on the double unders. They're in the back half of this round.
Of the world cleanest just in round number 1.
Chloe Govin-David on the double unders. Move Fast Lift Heavy 24/7. Winter Nicolette Rodriguez holding that bag. And now AB CrossFit Mayhem waiting on Maria Camila Quintero to close out her 800-meter run, and then they will move back to the worm for the second time.
Mario's also still biking, and I'm not sure if he's doing that to flush his legs or if he's still got work to do, but I see him back there chipping away.
Mayhem's done on the air runner and on the bike, all in white. Here they come.
Now AB CrossFit will move to the worm for 10 more clean and jerks. And they are starting to separate themselves from the pack here. Things were a lot closer at this point in round 1. Now right next to them, CrossFit PSC Invasion in lane 8. They will be the second team to the worm. Here comes CrossFit West Chase. And now Move Fast Lift Heavy 24/7 onto the worm as well.
And I got to say, there's no question about the way AB CrossFit Mayhem moves this worm. It is by far the most superior synchronization with the worm that we've seen so far in these 3 heats. It's clean, it's crisp, no wasted movement. It hardly spends any time on the ground.
CrossFit West Chase with Aaron Hanna in front.
Yeah,
with a good pace here as well.
Former Indy Games athlete, was there in 2015 when I was there competing as an individual. Tremendous capacity, affiliate owner, been in the game for a while.
AB CrossFit Mayhem, they maintain the lead that they built in round 1. They're halfway through here as they begin round number 3. 22 minutes, 43.81 seconds is the top time. CLT CrossFit Black, the owners of that, they did it in heat number 1. Now PSC Invasion, they are into round 3, and Move Fast Live Heavy 24/7 moving back to the machines, and CrossFit West Chase, they are done. The top 4 teams all in round 3 of 4 right now.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to watch Maria Canella with this bag as her hands are already becoming more and more separated by the load. She seems to be holding on strong.
Ivan Verdun is on his second and final set of double unders. And you just saw that one of the judges come over and tell Maria Camila Quintero to move that bag up. You have to have it held without the support of your legs. You can't rest it on your waist, can't rest it on your legs. And she was getting a little close to stepping over that line.
That's right, and that's how you know. Listen, you know to check in with your movement if a head judge is walking towards your lane. Get it together, get that bag away from your legs, or get your squats lower.
150-pound bag that Quintero is holding, and now she will get that on the ground, and she and Verdun will trade places. The fans of AB CrossFit on the left side of your screen.
You gotta love it. That's what makes our community strong right there, is that kind of fanhood and brotherhood and sisterhood that exists. I mean, they got a strong chant going. If you can't hear it, it's a vibe in here.
And there is a big screen here that all the fans can see, and the second they saw themselves on that thing, they started amping up their antics. Good look at the competition floor there for this opening test for the teams. First of 2 tests that they will face here on day number 1.
Move fast, lift heavy, 24/7 right there, chipping away as we see Christian Harris on the runner. Nice long strides, using his big frame to try to cover as much distance as he can with each stride. Will there chipping away at the double unders, trying to get as many reps in as possible.
Yep, I think you're right. I think they were heading back right around that 9. I'm not a math whiz product of public school education, but you're right. I think it was about 9 minutes.
Ivan breaking momentarily as Maria's now back to double unders here.
Just saw the time to beat in the bottom left-hand part of your screen.
You saw Ivan there shake his head. I mean, there's so many thoughts moving through his mind right now, like, can I hold on to this thing? He's just gonna try to ride it out.
And he's got to watch his legs right now, because as that bag sinks, he's in danger of getting hit with a penalty, but he's not going to get called on that one, but he definitely needs to watch that. Let's bring in Mike Arsenault. Mike?
Round 3 and 4 of this sandbag hold, I'm seeing a lot of blank, vacant stares on all of these athletes. So Adrian, as a coach, what would you recommend these athletes use as an internal monologue to keep their grip on that sandbag and not to drop it?
Well, a big part of the focus, Mike, as we see AB CrossFit Mayhem make their way back to the worm, is that there's a fine balance of that mental toughness, which I want you to flex. I'm your coach, you're the athlete. I want you to express that. However, I want you to get to the worm and be able to execute the clean and jerks as well. So it's a fine balance of, you can't go completely what we in our space often call going dumb, right? You can't go complete caveman, but you also have to sustain a bit of body control and keep some in reserve for the final round and a half.
Move fast, lift heavy, 24/7, led by Christian Harris. They have moved into second place. Here comes CrossFit West Chase into third. Kimberly DeCray, Aaron Hanna, Tammy Yorkos, and Devin O'Neill, the man in the jorts. Misidentified him earlier. Apologies to Devin on that one. And now AB CrossFit maintaining the lead into the 4th and final round and keeping the lane 7 streak alive.
Something special about the 7 right now. We'll see if they can continue to ride the momentum going into this final round, as we've seen many teams start to hit what we would categorize as the wall entering this final round.
PSC Invasion, they are also on to the worm for the 3rd time. As you take a look at AB CrossFit. Team that qualified for the games last year. Came down to that final event at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge.
Now here's what gets tricky about this particular test, and I'm sure the team knew this when they put it together, is that as you fatigue, double unders get slower, Sean. But guess what? As you fatigue, the bag feels heavier. That station just becomes what we've now known as the Grip Reaper.
It's Christian Harris hanging onto the 200-pound bag for Move Fast, Lift Heavy 24/7. Will Carter on the double unders. Chloe Galvin David and Winter Nicolette Rodriguez are on the machines, with David on the bike, Nicolette Rodriguez on the runner. Top two teams on the screen right now.
And you'll see completely two different expressions. One by Christian Harris that seems very calm, collected, held together. And on the other side, AB CrossFit, we're seeing a lot of grimacing and a little bit of panicking perhaps on the bag hold.
Yeah, Christian Harris, you can see starting to get very close to his legs.
Yep.
And he's going to drop it.
Yep.
Meanwhile, on the right, Mario Santaella is the man gripping that 200-pound bag for AB CrossFit.
16 minutes in, athletes.
Yep, and this is where you kind of got to know and have this honest dialogue with, okay, I need a break now so I don't have to take another one in another 20 double under reps, right? So it's often better to break early than it is to, you know, have the rest be something that is completely dictated due to muscle failure.
Move fast, live heavy 24/7. They were not that far behind AB CrossFit. Now, AB CrossFit has led for the entirety of this heat, but we saw back in heat number one, we saw that lead change drastically as CrossFit Grandview was the first team to the worm in round 4 and wound up watching that lead disappear, and that's CLT CrossFit that would take the win in heat number 1. They still have the top time to CLT at 22 minutes 43.81 seconds.
And again, you saw Maria Canella really calling on the audience and the crowd to, like, give us some juice, give us some energy.
Christian Harris has now gotten onto the double unders for 24/7, so it depends on where their athletes are on the runner and the bike, but good chance they could have moved into the lead here.
Yep. At least from what we've seen so far, this got to be true, because this tends to be the time keeper or the pacer within this final round.
Will Carter has that bag locked in.
He has 150 double unders remain. Will we see a shuffle up? Will another team take the lead?
Yeah, it looks like Move Fast Lift Heavy has about a 30-second lead, and they tend to be pulling away right now. And Will is finding his happy place. Mentally, he could be somewhere else until someone taps him on his shoulder and says, Christian's done.
Gavin David and Winter Nicolette Rodriguez look like they are done. And Christian Harris only has a handful of reps remaining here. Will Carter has just had that thing on lockdown.
Christian with a trip up, a second trip up. This is where you got to get it together for your teammate.
Now, AB CrossFit, you can, pardon me, Adrian, on the far right side of your screen, they have switched as well on the double unders.
CrossFit Move Fast Lift Heavy 24/7.
Okay, Move Fast Lift Heavy 24/7 back to the worm ahead of AB CrossFit for the 4th and final time.
This is where we got to check in with Will. He was the last one on the bag. How's he going to execute these clean and jerks?
And they are going to demolish the top time of 22 minutes 43.81 seconds. And they are moving extremely well here on these final 10 reps, and they have left AB CrossFit in their rearview mirror. Now 4 reps remaining for Christian Harris, Chloe Gavin David, Willie Carter, and Winter Nicolette Rodriguez. And they're looking to go sub 20 here.
Wow. And I'm impressed. Each and every clean and jerk they did in this final round got smoother and better as they neared the finish line.
Move Fast, Live Heavy 24/7. They are your new event leaders, 19 minutes 37.60 seconds. AB CrossFit led heading into this final round. They got to start worrying about West Chase. They still have time as AB CrossFit to lock up the second best time in the event, as that now belongs to CLT Black at 22 minutes 43.81 seconds.
CrossFit Mayhem. We saw them make really quick work.
And still making slight work of this worm. You can tell they've spent so much time refining the mechanics of the clean and jerk with the worm.
Here comes West Chase. They're on the far left-hand side of your screen. The 5 reps remaining for AB CrossFit, and they have looked good on this worm throughout this test.
Man, this field is so stacked, it's ridiculous. We're out here watching 3 teams that were at the CrossFit Games last year duke it out, and we're not even in the final heat.
AB CrossFit is in. They will have the second best time, right around 21 minutes. West Chase looks to be the next team across the finish line. CrossFit PSC Invasion on the far right side of your screen. They are also on their 4th and final round. West Chase is done. And that will be good enough for the 3rd best time in this event. 21:37.66 seconds. Time for AB CrossFit, 21 minutes, 2.38 seconds. Now 6 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. The CLT Black, the team that had the top time out of heat number 1, they are now in 4th place overall. CrossFit Resurrection in lane 4. In the background there, getting to the worms. You take a look at PSC Invasion.
Moving into our final round, they got 2 reps remaining.
Lane number 4, that is CrossFit Resurrection. They're followed by lane number 5, CrossFit Conquer.
Sean Clark, Nicholas Anapolsky, Erica Folo, and Julie Simon are done. And it looks like PSC and SC Invasion just sneaked in ahead of CLT. So PSC Invasion now the 4th best time by a little more than a second. The top 4 times in this event have now all come from this 3rd heat.
Lane number 1,
CrossFit Resurrection, Tyler Lee, Kyle Kent, Jasmine Sheen, and Deanna Posey, they are in. And that's CrossFit Milford Team Conquer.
Also a team at the CrossFit Games last year. Different roster.
23:45.
Move fast, lift heavy. So far, the only team to go sub 20, 19:37.60 seconds.
1 more rep to go for lane number 5.
4 minutes left.
CrossFit Milford closes out.
Milford Team Conquer is in. And in lane 1, Lucine CrossFit Sherbrooke looking to be the next team onto their finishing mats.
We've mentioned it throughout the heats today, but the brutality of this test can be overlooked. Between the static hold of the bag, the worm clean and jerks, the volume you accumulate on the bike and the run, there's going to be some residual fatigue that lingers for quite a while on the next 2 days for these teams.
Lucine CrossFit Sherbrooke, they're across. And now the other Move Fast Lift Heavy team, Move Fast Lift Heavy 365. They are set to finish. Brooke Haas, Joe Piero, Christine Best, and Dex Hopkins.
Last 25 minutes on the clock, 28-minute time cap in place, a little less than 3 minutes, athletes. A little less than 3 minutes. Move fast, lift heavy.
Dex Hopkins leads his team across.
You You see Christian Harris there to support them. That's another move fast, lift heavy squad.
The two teams are left. CrossFit Crash Black and CrossFit NCR Nation.
And we see almost complete failure on the holds for NCR Nation down there.
Christian Shaw is holding the bag on the left side for CrossFit Crash Black. That's Sergio Braceno, who is on the double unders.
And they're on a roll right now. Got to hold on to it. Get through those double unders. They made it.
Kendra Sankey just finished up her double unders. And she and the rest of her team will move to the worm for the final time. Tyler Marsh, Andrew Burke, and Litsa Kodorlizova, the other three members. 90 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. And here comes CrossFit Crash Black.
Crash Black looking to close that gap if they can. About one rep behind is Crash Black. NCR Nation, 4 reps in.
Crash Black and NCR Nation out just trying to get inside that time cap. 1 minute to go before we hit that. And it's been almost 9.5 minutes since Move Fast, Lift Heavy 24/7 finished.
We're seeing this brutal test come to a close for a couple of these teams here. And one thing to keep in mind is that you've got to remain coherent enough to hear and to be able to cue, right? So you got to be able to hear and communicate with your teammates. And at the end of a test like this, man, that's one of the biggest battles.
Well, you've been out there in a team setting where there's a lot of noise, crowds. What are some things that you can do if that fails, where you can't hear each other? What do you revert to on that?
Yeah, you've got to have a fallback, which most times is going to be some type of signaling with the arms, hopefully with the off arm under the worm. You've got to have one person that's the primary communicator and also a backup. That's always what we did to kind of create some buffers for ourselves.
NCR Nation is going to be the only team in heat number 3 to not get across the finish line inside the 28-minute time cap. CrossFit Move Fast, Lift Heavy, no problem for them. 19:37.60 seconds. With one heat remaining.
Hey, and right out the gate, we had AB CrossFit Mayhem there in our special lane 7. They came in with some momentum, and they were executing flawlessly on these clean and jerks, which actually sustained throughout the course of the test. But then we had a change in the lead right here on the final round of the holds and the double unders, which had been a struggle point for many teams throughout this particular test. And we watched Move Fast, Lift Heavy 24/7 seize that moment as Christian Harris and Will went on to get to the worm and have enough energy in reserve to finish it up.
Replay brought to you by Rogue. Move Fast, Lift Heavy 24/7. Only team sub 20 so far. They have your top time with one heat remaining. 19 minutes, 37.60 seconds. We are down to the 4th and final heat of the opening test for the teams here at the North America East Semifinal in Orlando, Florida. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. We'll hear from Mike Arsenault in just 1 second down on the competition floor. Team Test 1 presented by the U.S. Army.
Yeah, this is a doozy. 4 rounds of specified work for the individuals. One station is going to involve the Echo Bike, another an 800-meter run, Another is a bear hug for the sandbag, and while you bear hug, your teammate is accumulating 150 double unders. Now, after they do all that at work, they congregate at the worm for 10 worm clean and jerks, and they cycle through the stations each round.
What's the recipe for success presented by Trifecta?
Well, one of my tips of advice is going to be to start where you are weak. You want to actually get the work done where you feel like you may struggle most early. And then, of course, you've got to seize the transition. Because there are so many transitions from individuality work to team-based work, you've got to make sure you seize as much time as possible there.
10 teams on the floor for this fourth and final heat. Well, let's bring in Mike Arsenault for more.
Thank you very much, Sean. Tim Paulson is a name that you recognize from the individual men's competition. Now he's in the team competition for East Nashville Proven. So this is the first time he's competed as a team. I asked him if he was nervous joining a team that has such a great pedigree in the team competition. He said he was initially, but he's had 10 trips to Nashville over the last 5 months to create that chemistry, so he's ready to compete and potentially book a ticket to the CrossFit Games as a member of East Nashville Proven.
There's Tim Paulson with his team over in lane 7. There's some familiar faces there, including the 2015 fittest man on earth, Ben Smith.
That's right, Ben and Alec teaming up for the first time to be on a semifinal floor, but also all 4 of them have CrossFit Games experience.
So we get set for the start here. We are joined by competition director Adrian Bosman. How you doing?
Sean, I'm great. It is awesome to have these teams underway after all the planning and all the work to get these events started. So very exciting.
I know you plan these, you test them, you have an idea about how they're going to play out. We've only seen 3 heats, but so far, how has reality matched up with expectations?
Well, I got to admit, after seeing the first heat come out and the first couple of teams finish that first round in under 5 minutes, I thought maybe we were a little too generous with the time cap, but turns out fatigue is a real thing, and those later rounds really matter.
Fatigue is a real thing. As I noticed, there were a few of them that came out, like a 330, 338 split, and then dramatically drop even after just the 1 round. Boz, I gotta say, I've given the sandbag hold on the last round a nickname, and it is the Grim Reaper.
Oh, absolutely. I think we've seen it a few times already where teams look like they've got this insurmountable lead, and then surprise, coming out of that 3rd or 4th round, they just get hammered by the bag. So it really does matter who you place on that last round in that order.
19 minutes, 37.60 seconds is the top time. That belongs to CrossFit Move Fast, Lift Heavy. They did that in the prior heat. Ben Smith on the true form runner. His brother Alec on the double unders here. Tim Paulson, that's no problem for him. Holding that 200-pound bag as he and Tola will switch.
Yeah, you know, I got to say I'm a little surprised actually at that strategy to put what may be your strongest bag holder up at the front of the roster like that. Curious to see what happens in the later rounds for that.
Well, take your pick with that team, right? With
Fair enough.
Andrea and Taylor, that's the one thing that I would consider as well with them going to the 70-pound bag. I wonder if in the latter rounds it's easier for them to move under duress than it might be the 100 pounds for those fellas, and that's where they're kind of considering the women may be better at suffering later than even these 2 games caliber individuals on the male side as well.
Yeah, it's very possible.
Well, Andrea Nisler and Taylor Williamson are very good at holding a sandbag. In the sandbag hold event that Rogue did virtually in 2021, Andrea held it for 25 minutes 3 seconds, and Taylor 19 minutes 4 seconds.
Wow, okay, so I definitely spoke too soon as far as the roster order for the sandbag. That's a pretty impressive hold.
Yeah, when I learned that statistic, it made me fearful of these athletes. They could break me.
Early on here in round 1, there's CrossFit Mayhem Independence. And Perfect Hydration is the official water partner of the Noble CrossFit Games. And now we have a mad dash to the worm here in round one. And CrossFit Krypton, I think, now just getting there. Mayhem Independence, they were among the leaders, as is CrossFit East Nashville Proven. CrossFit Krypton and Mayhem Independence on your screen right now. Sam DeMeester, Angelo DeChico, Kyra Milligan, and Zoe Jones for Mayhem Independence. And then CrossFit Krypton, the Smith brothers with Aaron O'Donnell and Carolyn Spencer. Well, lane one, CrossFit Future, the Brutes, they went touch and go on those worm clean and jerks. They are now in the lead ahead of CrossFit Mayhem Independence. East Nashville Proven with about 1 rep to go. They are done as CrossFit Future, the Brutes.
Now, one thing to keep in mind here, when I see a team come out hot like that or touch and go reps early in a test that is designed to go outward of 17, 18 minutes, even for the fastest, you know, I remind myself and my athletes, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And you wonder if something like that could be an error and come back to bite them in the butt as the work continues to accumulate.
Let's take a look back at what happened with the Future the Brutes team, and this was the fastest set of 10 we've seen so far in this test.
Well, I got to say that the Brutes just missed a spot to the games last year, and they ended up doing some testing with us leading into the 2022 games. So I think they're really hungry to come out and make a statement here in this competition.
Ashley Shoemaker drops the bag. Corey Spellman's going to take a break on the double unders. Cece Piper's on the runner. And Aaron Nisley is the man on the bike. Mayhem Independence in lane 6. Kyra Milligan holding the bag. It's Sam DeMeester on the double unders. And so far, he has yet to break this set.
Yeah, and Sam's got a smooth, fast cadence that's going to get Kyra off that bag very quickly.
Yeah, and I think that's key. I mean, the less time that you can have your teammate holding that bag, the accumulated fatigue from that is going to be a real factor. And you can see it as teams transition back to the worm. Some of those teammates are ready to go, and there's plenty that are not. They are not looking like they're ready to pick that thing up. So if you can spare your teammate, I think that's a big deal in this particular test.
Ashley Shoemaker was really straining on that bag, and she and Spellman will switch. Shoemaker will start her 150 double unders. Nashville Proven, East Nashville Proven on the left side, on the box on your right, and next to them is Mayhem Independence. Taylor Williamson on the double unders for Proven. Tim Paulson casually holding that bag.
Perhaps taking a nap. I'm not sure.
You know, Tim Paulson, a dad, he's got a 3-year-old son. He's got dad strength. You just get used to static holds.
No doubts there.
Yeah, it is interesting, too. You watched him. He is kind of shifting his weight back to back. You've seen that from a few other athletes as well. Some of them opt for just a stone kind of statue posture, but it seems like a few of them find their rhythm and just kind of keep the weight moving ever so slightly to stay in the game.
Yeah, it's a great way to find relief, and if you can keep the bag off of your legs, that slight bend in the knees is a big thing to try to release some of that tension from that posterior.
CrossFit OBA is the team that was next to East Nashville Proven. You saw Kelsey Keel briefly on the runner, left side in the headband. Now Tim Paulson and Williamson are done. Maracanio and Nisler working on the machines, and now here comes Mayhem Independence.
But they've got company.
OBA
Number 4 is joining us, CrossFit OBA.
will now join them on the worm. Now here come the Brutes.
Number 1, CrossFit Future, the
And
Brutes.
we'll keep an eye on them, bottom of your screen, see if they try to go touch and go again here.
And I think what's really telling as athletes are getting back to that worm again is what happens with the person who is holding the bag in the final position. How long does it take them to get their hands on the worm? Are they keeping pace with the rest of their teammates? I think that's very telling as we move into these final rounds.
Well, the Brutes just got hit with a no rep, so they are not able to keep the pace that we saw in round number 1. Mayhem Independence, they are just about done. They are on the far right side of your screen. Angelo DeChico in front. East Nashville Proven with now 3 reps remaining. Mayhem Independence, they are done with 2 rounds, and now they head back to begin round 3 of 4. Time to beat, 19 minutes, 37.60 seconds. Belongs to Move Fast, Lift Heavy 24/7. OBA now staying in second place. And now 1 final rep for East Nashville Proven.
Yeah, the Brutes are struggling here a little bit with their consistency. They're just not quite working together as a team, despite their first round smooth operation there.
I think we see this a lot in the everyday CrossFit experience, right? You walk into the gym, me and you are rubbing shoulders, Boz, and I come in and really get gung-ho about winning round 1, and then you come back and give it to me for the next 3 rounds.
The Brutes have
it
now
happens even in competition.
Fallen back into 7th place in the heat.
We are 10 minutes in for heat number 4.
The top 3 teams are on the right side of your screen now. On your screen. Mayhem Independence on the far right, East Nashville Proven in the middle, CrossFit OBA on the left.
At 10:14, and all of our teams are in round 3.
Kyra Milligan on the right on the double under, Zoe Jones holding the bag. Why put this event first, or this test first?
Well, Sean, I'm glad you asked. There's definitely a fatigue factor that I think is important. And that's part of the reason that the time cap was a little bit generous. You know, I fully expected the top teams to be well underneath that. But you see this in the games, you see this in other prominent stages of competition where everybody has to get a little pre-fatigued before that competition really gets underway. And you have to be able to recover. That's a big part of fitness.
Yeah, I love it, and I love the generous time cap just to offer the opportunity for everyone to get the work done, and there's no easy way to just bow out.
Milligan and Jones have switched, as Jones is now on the double unders. And I believe Nisler and Williamson on the left side, they have switched as well. The 3rd of 4 rounds for these teams.
Yeah, Sean, I'll also say on that, you know, it can be a little bit difficult to get a really lengthy time frame for these team athletes, especially given this format. You know, when you get to the games, you've got a lot more freedom. There's obviously a larger ground that you can cover, you know, a little bit more flexibility. But in this semifinal setting, especially when you have to replicate the event in 7 different regions across the world, getting a long, legitimate team test can be a little bit challenging. So getting that one out the gate first logistically makes a lot of sense. And again, it just kind of sets the stage for who can recover and hang on and keep coming hard.
We still have 1 test left for the teams here on the opening day of competition at the North America East semifinal. And then both the teams and individuals will be in action on Friday and Saturday. And CrossFit East Nashville Proven looks like they have moved ahead of Mayhem Independence here in round 3.
We knew that once you gave those women an opportunity on the bag, that it was a chance for them to create separation. because they can hold on in such a way under duress that allows the double unders to get done unbroken.
East Nashville proven they will be the first team to start round 3 of their clean and jerks on the worm.
Yeah, and impressively, it looks like they were waiting for the last couple meters from Tola on the run as opposed to the bag or the double unders. That was not a holdup at all for them.
Mayhem Independence, they'll be the second team to start their 3rd set of worm clean and jerks. 358 pounds total weight on the worm, 2 70-pound sections, 2 100-pound sections, and then 3 6-pound spacer bags are in there. It's 11 feet long, 1 foot wide.
Even as we check in at the efficiency at which both these teams move the worm, notice the difference between Proven, how they get it to their shoulder, and it's an extension, almost like a push press over their shoulder. All their feet are firmly rooted through the floor, versus most teams take a jump type approach, which tends to build even more and more fatigue throughout the legs and the rest of the body as you execute every single rep. And even though it's 10 at a time, they add up over the course of an entire test.
CrossFit CLT Grid House, they are in 3rd place right now. And CrossFit Krypton, they are in 4th. As East Nashville Proven into the lead now, as they will be the first team to start round 4. But Mayhem Independence able to make up some ground there, and they are right behind East Nashville Proven. Tim Paulson getting right to work on that 800-meter run. Taylor Williamson is on the bike. Philip Maracchio is on the bag, and Andrea Nissler will be on her double unders. Right side of your screen is CrossFit Krypton. CrossFit OBA on the right side, CrossFit CLT, the Grid House, on the left.
Tola trying to tune out a little bit of that discomfort. Zoe and Andrea head-to-head on these double unders.
And Tola just had to take a break there. He gave the signal and bag came down. They've got to take some valuable seconds there. We'll see what happens.
Angelo DeChico is hanging on to the bag for Mayhem Independence on the right side of your screen. He and Zoe Jones paired up here. Nissler is about ready to finish up her double unders, 150 reps total.
And that's one of those things, competition decision, that really is important. You know, Tola chose to break a little bit sooner, but we watched DeChico just drop the bag as well, and you wonder, was that strategic on Tola's part? Did he feel like he had no choice, or was it like, okay, if I break now, I'll be more fresh for the double under? So there's so many elements to consider.
Judging by his face at the last hold there, it looked like he was right at the limit, so it sounds like he made the right choice.
How does the final version of this test compare to what you started with?
It's actually pretty close. You know, we had in the beginning quite a few more reps per round on the clean and jerk. It was a little bit too heavy in that regard, just as far as the weighting of the event. And so we went back to the drawing board and reduced the reps, played around with the distances a little, and ended up where it is now.
Sean, how long did you say Andrea Nissler can hold a sandbag there, my friend?
Longer than you or me, probably.
Because she's bringing up the anchor for Proven here.
Yeah, I think the real tell is going to be what happens from the sandbag to the worm.
Absolutely.
How quickly can she get back into go mode from dropping that bag and then picking that worm back up?
25 minutes, 3 seconds.
Wow.
You notice that big gasp of air for her to try to fill her belly with air. See how short her breaths are, as of course the pressure from that bag is pushing right into her diaphragm and lungs. That's what makes this very, very uncomfortable.
Yeah, especially at a high heart rate when you've been putting out for 15, 16 minutes already. That is the challenge, to try to maintain a static position under those conditions.
You'll see that a lot in strongman events when they're carrying big, heavy implements. Is that quick, forced breath. You have to force yourself to breathe. And
here we go.
Proven's done.
Wow, and Nisler leading the charge there. Look at that. Doesn't seem fatigued at all.
Different kind of psychology there in that one.
Yeah, impressive.
Keep an eye on Mayhem Independence. The 19 minutes, 37.60 seconds is the time to beat.
Wow, so it looks like Mayhem, or Proven rather, is going to have a comfortable first place position on this first test.
Yep. And that's what they came to do. I got an opportunity to sit down with them earlier this week before arriving here, and they were very clear with their intention to show up. It's to win. And they got the same intentions with taking that affiliate cup out there in Madison.
They've been pretty dominant so far this season. And that is continuing right now. Here comes Mayhem Independence. Final rep for Proven. And they're in. And they will take test number 1.
Man, what an impressive start to the competition for that team.
19 minutes, 15.24 seconds for East Nashville Proven. As they start their competition off with a victory here. Mayhem Independence. Now they're gonna look for the third best time. Move fast, lift heavy 24/7 at 19:37.60 seconds. That's gonna be good enough for second and 97 points. 21:02 is the next best mark after that, and Mayhem Independence is gonna have no problem. A top 3 finish for Mayhem Independence. The leaders on the floor, CrossFit Krypton, and in lane number 3, CrossFit CLT, the Grid House. Also want to keep an eye on lane 4, CrossFit OBA. Here comes the Grid House.
Oh yeah, we got a 3-way tie to the worm.
CLT, the Grid House, left side. They were first to get started. Krypton in Triple T CrossFit Black, right next to each other on the right side. Here comes OBA. Final 3 reps for the Grid House. Two reps remain for Krypton. 1 rep is left for Triple T CrossFit Black. They will get across. Here comes Krypton right after them. OBA will be the next team to finish. The Grid House, 21:32.25 seconds. Going to be good enough for 5th place overall.
Extremely impressive to come across touch and go reps there.
Triple T CrossFit Black and Krypton separated by just 0.2 of a second. CrossFit Future the Brutes on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, we talked about this early. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. You think about their touch and go reps early in round 1. And we're seeing the value of them now in round 4.
To quote Adrian Bosman, it's a strategy. I'm not sure it's a winning strategy.
Well, there's lots of those out there, Sean. Lots of ways to climb to the top of the mountain. Not all of them the most direct.
to go for 8-big CrossFit in the orange and black in lane number 2.
That was always one of my favorite things, is to watch athlete briefings and hear you field some of the questions that you would think would seem obvious, but, you know.
Well, there's a lot of nerves pre-competition. You know, lots of people just want to make sure they get it straight before they have to take the field.
And the Brutes are in. OBA also getting across, 21 minutes, 51 seconds for them. 8th day CrossFit, 23 minutes, 3 seconds, and CrossFit Future the Brutes, you just saw them cross the finish line, 23 minutes, 14.02 seconds.
Well, and as expected here, these top teams are going to have no problem making this time cap. I think this is the only heat so far that we've seen everybody that will make it under that cap. So pretty impressive showing from the field here in this 4th heat.
This is CrossFit Pro 1 Montreal. The man in front, that's Adam Davidson. He was a late addition here to that roster, as he had to step in for Frederick Dubé. This team's across.
Those are big shoes to fill. That's the team lead.
The 12 Labors CrossFit Lions. They will be the last team to finish. So every team here in this 4th and final heat will make it inside that 28-minute time cap. And no surprise that CrossFit East Nashville Proven does it the quickest, 19 minutes, 15.24 seconds. And with that, we close out team test number 1. Got one more test coming up. What are you excited to see in test number 2?
Oh, just the constant back and forth battle. That one, when we tested, it was a favorite of the staff that we had. And I think it's just going to be a rep-for-rep battle from some of these top teams.
Replay presented by Rogue. Mayhem Independence, the early leaders, but it was the late charge from East Nashville Proven that proved to be the difference.
Yeah, East Nashville Proven just came in and ran the race they knew they needed to, right? We saw something different from them in the order that they actually presented Tola and Tim Paulson on the bag first, and the ladies on the backside got to bring them home. And it proved to be very fruitful as we watched them work through these last clean and jerks to get that first event win.
19 minutes, 15.24 seconds, 100 points for East Nashville Proven. Mayhem Independence will take second, followed by CrossFit CLT, the Grit House, rounding out the top 3. Mike Arsenault is with your test winners.
Thank you very much, Sean. Joined by CrossFit East Nashville Proven. Tim, this is the first time you've competed with this group live in an in-person competition. You said you had some nerves. 100 points, I'm sure, does a lot to calm those nerves. The 3 of your teammates have a lot of team experience. What have you learned from them throughout your training sessions over the past 5 months?
Basically everything. Yeah, I mean, honestly, they took me under their wing, and you know, I love learning. I love trying to hone my skills, and they were really open books about helping me try to cycle some things faster, sharing all their expertise on the worm. So yeah, I've learned a ton, and I mean, that workout I think showed that we're heading the right direction.
Now, Andrea, the 2 of you, you're the 2 constants on this team. You've been together for a number of years, a lot of championships under your belt. So how do you develop chemistry with 2 new guys to make sure the team is moving at full capacity once you're here?
Yeah, I think it's important to train together, but also hang out outside of that so they really get to know you. You guys feel comfortable with each other, and you can really talk about anything. So, friendship.
Friendship, team building is the key. We'll see you for test number 2. Congratulations, 100 points.
Unofficial of test results. 100 points for East Nashville Proven as they and Move Fast Lift Heavy, the only 2 squads to go sub 20. Mayhem Independence flirted with that. They'll take 3rd. AB CrossFit Mayhem finishing in 4th. And then CrossFit CLT, the Grit House, rounding out the top 5. We're going to take a quick break as we reset for test number 2. Boss, thanks so much for joining us. Hopefully we'll check in with you later.
Absolutely my pleasure, Sean. It is so good to see these teams out here and to get this underway.
Back at 3:30 Eastern for team test 2. We'll see you then here as day 1 at the North American East semifinal continues. 2023 Noble CrossFit Games North America East Semifinal is brought to you by Rogue. Don't weaken. O2, the official sports drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. The 2023 Noble CrossFit Games North America East Semifinal is brought to you by Rogue. Don't weaken. O2, the official sports drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. Wild Health, revolutionizing healthcare, unleashing your athletic potential. Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. And Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit.
This is the guy right here that I told you about, all right? This guy, when anyone walks in here and they tell me, I can't do this, I'm like, this is the guy. Go talk to Henry. When I think of CrossFit, I think of Henry. And when we opened these doors, that's the person that I wanted to serve.
The day I walked into CrossFit Mentality, I could not air squat to a 45-pound plate on top of an 18-inch box. You could imagine what it was like for me to just get out of a chair, stand up.
I remember him telling me that he hadn't climbed a ladder at work and he couldn't even remember when. And even going downstairs, he was holding on to the railing and going down sideways.
At that time, I really thought that this is what getting older was, you know, and obviously I was very wrong.
There you go. So instead of pulling right to here, I want you to try to pull a little bit higher across your chest. There you go. Let's get one more big pull. Nice, and relax.
I think the most important thing when you have somebody that's walking into your gyms is you got to build the trust, and you got to explain to them what your goal is. And when Henry came in, I told him, this is going to change your life, but you need to trust me and you need to show up.
He happened to be in the lobby when I came in to basically sign up for my on-ramp, and he just had a short 30 seconds with me, but he said something to me that I'll never forget. He was asking me how I feel and why I'm here, and I told him I have some bad knees and maybe we could correct it. And he looked at me and said, you stick around here long enough and you probably won't need knee replacements, and the man was correct.
Focus today is going to be trying to improve our positioning on our squats. So what we really want to do is get the ankle nice and warmed up along with the hips and everything else. And then the more we can get this elbow down towards this toe, you can see that knee's starting to track out. So it's going to open that up for that overhead squat here today. Dude, you're clearing your feet so well now. Like, that looks easy. That looks easy, bro. That looks easy. That's what I'm talking about.
He's always got a smile on his face now. And I think he's just happier and hungrier than ever, because once he started to see that progression happen, it was so life-changing. He's like, I want more, I want more, I want more. And he just kept investing and doubling down.
Oh, now you're just showing off. That is awesome. Nice, dude. All right, so look at the difference here now. All right, and then even on this next one, when you brought your hands overhead, that was...
I didn't want to scab my nose, I mean. When I came to Mentality, it was like I jumped out of a train and all that just changed. And every day was better. You know, all of a sudden I could do this, and all of a sudden I could do that.
One more set, last one.
Getting to see the progress over 5 years of just nonstop work, showing up, not missing, and doing the things that he needs to do, and then getting to see how it changed his life. That to me is like winning the CrossFit Games.
Cool. That's all I got for you. Good job.
Thanks, buddy.
I would tell someone that's intimidated by CrossFit to take the leap of faith and walk through the doors.
Athletes you see on TV are the 1%.
So you don't have to be physically fit to start.
It doesn't matter what other folks are doing. This is about you. This is your fitness journey.
It really is infinitely scalable to everyone.
It's a gift to your kids for them not to have to take care of you because you can no longer function. And CrossFit will allow you to do that.
You're gonna feel better coming out of it than you did going into it. Just get inside the door and then we'll take it from there.
You know, if you're interested in the games and you find yourself really captivated by what's going on there, truly what you're interested in is the CrossFit philosophy and method. And you should know that you've got a ton of amazing resources available to you. I mean, check out the main site, look at the old journal articles, dig in on the website. There's content every day that's posted on CrossFit.com that helps to bolster your understanding of what you're seeing unfold at the pinnacle on the field of play. I would encourage everybody that's a fan of the sport to dig in, find a coach, go get your hands dirty with this stuff, and it really does enrich the experience for you, not only in your life, but your ability to enjoy what you're seeing in front of you. And as an extension, I mean, man, if you're interested in the games, you're interested, therefore, in the method, go get your level 1, go check it out. You'll find that everything that's expressed at the level 1 is the bedrock of what you're going to see in the expression on the field of play.
I have so much respect for my competitors, but when people compare me to the other competitors, it really doesn't even faze me because I know I'm already going to win.
Athletes want to compete at the CrossFit Games because it is the pinnacle of their sport. If you just get to that point, you are one of the 40 fittest people on the planet.
I don't enter a competition thinking that I'm going to lose. Going into the CrossFit Games, my sole purpose there was to win.
Coming into the 2022 season, Tia Toomey has a chance to stand alone in history, to be the first and only athlete to win 6 consecutive CrossFit Games titles.
The question was like, how is she going to do it and what's that going to look like? I don't think it's going to look like years in the past where it's just win, 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 win.
Toomey's back to 0. Oh no. And O'Brien is across.
I do not care how hard I go, I'm just going for it.
A horse will race so fast that the heart explodes, that's now.
For the first time in 5 years, we are going to get to see Ricky Garrard at the CrossFit Games. The last time we saw him was 2017. He finished 3rd, and then he tested positive for PEDs.
Seeing Ricky wearing the white leaders jersey, I think forced a lot of people to confront a question that maybe we hadn't really considered about what our feelings would be around the possibility of not only Ricky coming back, but winning.
He dropped that, I was like, you're gone. Yeah. Everyone's just roaring for someone to be Ricky.
Roman Krennikov went into destruction mode. He just looked like a machine out there.
I know you're hurt. Everybody's been hurt, and you're tougher than everybody.
You just get so hyped up, and you're like, I'm ready to attack this.
This is going to be one of the most epic Saturday nights we've ever had.
We've seen this before between Tia Toomey and Laura Horvath. He's got to keep his balance. He's got to keep his balance. Garrard will do it, and Medeiros will do it.
The 2023 Noble CrossFit Games North America East Semifinal is brought to you by GoWAD, the mobility app designed for athletes. And the U.S. Army. Be all that you can be. Opening day of competition continues here at the North America East semifinal from Orlando, Florida. One test is down for the teams, and we are set for test number 2. Thanks for being with us on this Thursday afternoon, everyone. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault has us covered down on the competition floor. Team Test 2 is presented by Jocko Go, and this one's going to get ugly fast.
This one does have the potential to get ugly fast. It's in male and female pairs for 15 minutes, which means it is an AMRAP, as many reps and rounds as possible. They're going to go through 3 synchro muscle-ups. One partner's going to be on the rings and one on the bar, and 5 synchro thrusters. Now the trick here is that each round, the muscle-ups gain 2 reps and the thrusters gain 5.
First of 4 heats here for team test number 2, the final test of the day for the teams. 10 teams will be on the floor to get us kicked off. 15-minute AMRAP, and this is a rarity in the team competition, Adrian. You really don't see AMRAPs in the team competition at any level.
Yeah, especially in person. If I looked way far back in the archives, I believe back in 2010 when we were doing a regional in particular areas with all different programming, it might have existed, but not here in semis.
Stand by.
3 synchro muscle-ups, then 5 thrusters to start us out. The synchronization occurs at the top. And already most of the teams are done with their first set of muscle-ups.
And you'll notice there's only 2 athletes on the floor for each team, and once they finish the first round in completion of 3 and 5, they're going to tag out the next pair to do the same amount of work.
Stad CrossFit was one of the first teams to make the tag. They're right in the middle of the floor, lane 6. That's Jason Hood and I believe Isabel Carrier. So each pair will do 3 and 5. And once all 4 athletes have gone through this first round, pair number 2 will advance the barbell to the next zone. That's indicated by those yellow lines. And now we go to round 2. 6 muscle-ups and 10 thrusters. Pardon me, 5 muscle-ups and 10 thrusters.
5 and 10, and you know, one of the tricky things here is that in the briefing, they were told that every athlete has to do at least 1 ring muscle-up. So you might have a bar muscle-up ninja on your team, but they also have to do at least 1 ring muscle-up throughout the course of this 15-minute test.
For 10 synchro thrusters.
Every team on this second round.
Also your mental fortitude as you see those numbers.
The thruster. A beautiful movement, one that is absolutely not at the top of my favorites if I get to choose, but also would be one of the movements that I did get to select to do if I were only limited to 1 movement to gain the most fitness.
It's 12 Labor's Cross at Cerberus in lane 4. Stad CrossFit in lane 6. They're on the right. They're towards the front of the pack here. 15-minute AMRAP, and they are on round number 2. The 5 muscle-ups and the 10 thrusters. Jason Uday and Isabel Carrier on the right side of your screen. Stad CrossFit.
This test provides a very unique 1-to-1 work-to-rest ratio where you're going to get time to recover, but anytime you're working for 15 minutes, that is a long couplet, even with rest built in. pacing is an important part of this to strategically come out on top.
Now we are on the 7 muscle-ups and 15 thrusters here.
Everyone in that 15 reps again with my very basic math skills.
At only the 330 mark, I think this 7 and 15 range is where we're going to see a lot of teams start to slow their pace or perhaps have to consider breaking up some of the gymnastics prior to making their way to the barbell.
Rushing out. There's still another pair in the wings waiting to work. So both pairs have to complete that work before that barbell can be
Lane 5, that's Triple T CrossFit.
Lane number 3, CrossFit Seoul, Miami. Working on 15 thrusters right now.
Chris Ensign is the man who's on the thrusters for Training Think Tank. And this is 12 Labors CrossFit Cerberus.
And Cerberus doing a great job just pacing out the lockout at the top. Wes Peters was doing great being patient with his teammate there, making sure she got to the top of the bar before he locked out his ring muscle up each rep.
12 Labors in the lead here. And we're only a third of the way through the time cap.
5 minutes in, a third of the way in towards that 15 minutes for them.
This is the set of 15 thrusters. Mike Arsenault's down on the competition floor. Let's bring him in.
Well, I'm enjoying the juxtaposition in this test with both ring muscle ups and bar muscle ups. When I started my mediocre CrossFit career many years ago, it was always you get your ring muscle ups first and then you try the bar muscle ups. I'm wondering, Adrian, is that still the case for the folks watching at home who are not at this level? Should they focus on their ring muscle ups first and then the bar, or how would you break that up if you're training them?
Mike, that's a great question, but there's not necessarily an order to the operations here. Both are very valuable, and often we see members punch their ticket to their first bar muscle up prior to the rings just due to a bit of a different skill set, allowing their strength and their power to pull right over that bar before they even develop the skill set to have the ring muscle up in itself. But neither is wrong, depending upon which one comes first.
12 Labors Cerberus has their second pair through, and now their first pair, I believe, is on the set of 20 thrusters. Ten muscle ups, 20 thrusters. And this is one where we're gonna have to wait, obviously, until the very end when all the reps are tabulated to find out who's gonna win this thing.
And Sean, on these thrusters, this is the point in this test where pain begins to set in. And due to the loading at 95 pounds for the men, 65 for the ladies, you know that often you can do another rep.
Labors taking a quick break over in lane number 4.
Far right side of your screen is lane 10. That's CrossFit Crash Red moving back to the rig to tag in their second pair on this round of 10 and 20. Mike McDonald on the race for CrossFit Crash Red. This is a round of 9 muscle ups and 20 thrusters. And CrossFit Crash Red in the lead. Like Hannah Pruitt is paired with Mike McDonald.
We're going to go for 15 minutes. Less than 7 minutes remaining.
As effortless as these athletes make these thrusters look, there's a lot there to consider. It's a combination of the front squat and the push press, and you'll notice there's a great symphony of, as they extend the hips or get tall, then the power transfers directly to their arms, the bar becomes weightless, they can grasp a breath while the bar is over their head, and then they load in for the next rep.
Drew Wayman is the man on the left side of your screen, former individual competitor, trying his hand at the team competition here. For the 12 Labors CrossFit Cerberus team.
Out in front, then lane number 4 is 12 Labors. So it is 1 CrossFit Crash Red, 2 12 Labors.
And they are in the lead as they are now on the round of 11 muscle-ups and 25 thrusters. 6 minutes to go before we hit the time cap.
And this is where you've got to start to wonder how much residual fatigue is now already accumulated from the 4 rounds in test 1, the holding of the sandbag, the loaded breathing with it resting on your belly, and how does it actually affect you hanging from the rings, and pressing out the dip.
CrossFit Crash Red on the right side of your screen. And the 12 Labors CrossFit Cerberus team on the left. Wes Peters with Carly Varland paired up.
This test is one of great, measure to your recovery, because early the transition from pair to pair is very, very fast. Later, as you push out past the 3rd round, where it's 7 and 15, the rest becomes a little bit longer. But in order to make it further, you've got to be willing to dig deeper into the deficit of your overall conditioning.
Crash Red. 12
Mike Arso down on the competition floor. Mike, what do you got?
Adrian, in the first test we saw it was time-based, a set amount of work and just get it done as quickly as possible. This one's completely different, where their time is set 50 minutes, but the athletes have to work for as long as they can. The reps are kind of unknown. So how do you approach this from a strategic difference, test 1 to test number 2?
When I approach an AMRAP, you want to almost approach it as a management strategy, meaning that yes, it's a race, yes, it's a test, but in the same vein, if you don't properly manage the 15 minutes that is available to you, what will often happen is the last 4 minutes or the last 3 minutes, your power output will reduce and you will overall accumulate less work than some of your competitors.
They're working on their set of 25. All these teams working on 25 thrusters.
Stock CrossFit. Round another way back to the ringer.
One of the things that'll separate a lot of these teams in this test here towards the latter 3 minutes is going to be who keeps the barbell moving. Even if the sets are small, who has less dead time.
That's Stock CrossFit. Isabel Carrier and Jason Uda. They are on the round of 11 muscle ups and 25 thrusters. And they're the leaders on the floor right now. If Uda and Carrier can get through these thrusters, they will then advance the barbell one more time, and then it will be 13 muscle ups and 30 thrusters, and that's all the space we have on the floor. Now, if someone gets beyond that, they will just continue to work at the far end of the floor. Top 2 teams, we believe right now on your screen. On the right is Stad CrossFit. Their second pair, the pair of Isabel Carrier and Jason Uda, moving to the barbell. And then on the left, it's Triple D CrossFit. They're in lane 5. They're in second place, their second pair.
13 minutes
working their way to the set of 25 thrusters.
As we approach this 2-minute mark, and this associates even with Mike's question about how to approach this thing, you got to understand in an AMRAP there's tremendous potential for bottlenecking. I mean, every second is so important as we watch the teams do their best to sprint back and forth as the barbells get further and further away. Teams cannot forget that once that bar drops, they've got to be on the go to tap out those next teammates.
Down at lane 10, that's CrossFit Crash Red.
We're going to find out who's leading the charge here very soon. Once they get done with this set of 25, they're able to roll their barbell into that last section.
The team right now in third place in lane 3, that's CrossFit Seoul Miami.
12 labors, CrossFit Seoul Miami, CrossFit Crash Red.
Nate Scola, the man on the barbell. Down in lane 10, Mike McDonald moving his barbell forward for CrossFit Crash Red. Now less than a minute to go. He's with Hannah Pruitt, and now Zach Galloway and Jennifer Miata-Skolt will take the floor as they are in their round of 13 muscle-ups and 30 thrusters. Only 3 teams have moved into that round. CrossFit Crash Red, and then in lane 6, Stad CrossFit. In lane 4, 12 Labors CrossFit Cerberus, and in lane 3, CrossFit Seoul Miami. Stad CrossFit on the left side, they are very close, if not ahead of CrossFit Crash Red here. It does look like they are ahead. The Stad CrossFit, Jean-Simon Wallamer and Marie-Laurence Bradet, looks like unofficially they may have done enough to take the heat win, but we will have to wait until the scores are tabulated. CrossFit Crash Red signing their scorecard. There is Stad CrossFit. Unofficial, they are the winner of heat number 1, and we will wait for their total reps.
Yeah, exactly.
This event certainly is not child's play, as things get really difficult fast here in Test 2. Second and final test of the day here at the North America East semifinal. I'm Sean Wooden with Adrian Conway and Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor. Test 2 for the teams presented by Jocko Go. I mean, this thing really doesn't start until you get into maybe round 3 or 4.
There's no doubt about it. This 15-minute AMRAP is sneaky. It's 3 synchro muscle-ups and 5 synchro thrusters just to start, and it's in male-female pairs where they add 2 muscle-ups and 5 thrusters each and every round they complete. And it's only 1 pair working at a time, so you do get some rest, but it's not long when we start this thing.
10 teams in this second of 4 heats. Unofficially, Stad CrossFit, they have the top score. We're waiting on that exact rep count, but they got into their round of 13 thrusters and, 13 muscle-ups and 30 thrusters. They did not get to the barbell, but they did start that round. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's kind of the mark that these teams will be shooting for to set the top score with 2 heats remaining.
Stand by.
Heat 2 of 4 underway. 3 muscle-ups and then 5 thrusters. The synchronization occurring at the top, and just one rule here, really.
Sync them up.
Sync them up, and each athlete has to do at least 1 ring muscle-up.
Yeah, 1 ring muscle-up is the only official requirement, which means, of course, we're asking the athletes to express each 4 that they can do 1 ring muscle-up, which to me seems like a reasonable standard if you were to punch your ticket through to go to Madison.
Most teams have made the tag to their second pair. CrossFit Hard Knocks in lane 3. They were just ahead of a couple of other teams, one of them being the team you're looking at now, that's Stay Strong CrossFit Black.
And early on, we're going to see many, many transitions happen very, very quickly. It's not that these athletes need to be racing right out of the gate, but they need to execute the reps prescribed as efficiently as possible. Use their legs early for the thrusters to save their arms. Pull only as much as they need to on those ring muscle-ups and set themselves up for success in the latter 7 minutes of this test.
Stay Strong CrossFit Black. They were the first team to make the transition. I think that's Pat Finn, who's having some problems on the rings there. He's paired up with Sammy Scorzelli. 3 Kings CrossFit, they were right behind them. So 3 Kings CrossFit in lane 7, moving ahead now of Stay Strong CrossFit Black. Lane 7 and 8. 2 of the teams here on the lead pace. In the round of 5 muscle-ups and 10 thrusters. Hard Knocks in lane 3. They just made their way back. They're on the left side of your screen.
I've seen a couple of athletes have to go back because they're going around the barbell.
And from a pacing perspective, something to be mindful of is that our heat leaders in the first heat were coming off of their round of 15 thrusters at 5:15. So that means they were 3 rounds deep at 5:15.
And 5 muscle-ups.
Teams now getting their second pair to the barbell here. The second pair is the pair that does advance it. And it's going to be Hard Knocks in lane 3. The pair of City Moskovitz and Eric Thomas putting their team in front here. And in lane 8, 10 Skills CrossFit Synergy. They're also towards the front, so still very close here for the lead, just 3 minutes in and change. But it's CrossFit Hard Knocks. Seth Sherritt and Alexis Cole-Bianchi on the muscle-ups. And we're in the round of 7 muscle-ups, 15 thrusters.
And then there's full extension of the knee, hip, and arms with that head slightly through at the top of the thruster. Once they complete that, it is in, back into that low.
Lane 8 on the right side of your screen, 10 Skills CrossFit Synergy.
2 movements back and forth.
Very close for the lead here with CrossFit Hard Knocks.
Once that first male-female pairing completes that work set.
I believe that's Raphael Gauthier and Melanie Lafreniere.
We are 4 minutes in.
Now both 10 Skills CrossFit Synergy and Hard Knocks will have their second pair on the 7 muscle-ups. Eric Thomas and Sydney Moskovitz back on the muscle-ups. Moskovitz on the rings.
This is heat 2 of 4.
The top 3 teams on your screen right now. Lane 8 on the right side, 10 Skills CrossFit Synergy, and then on the left, CrossFit Hard Knocks, as Moskovitz and Thomas are going back to the barbell, and CrossFit Hype the Takeover creeping up. A score to beat, 230 reps unofficially for Stad CrossFit. So 230 total reps. Again, they got into the round of 13 muscle-ups and 30 thrusters. Didn't get to the barbell, but they were able to complete some muscle-ups in that round.
I can't help but notice CrossFit Hard Knocks, the way they cycle those thrusters is so fast. Eric Thomas getting a lockout, but also pulling it back down into his clavicles and being able to cycle that next rep out of the bottom.
10 Skills CrossFit Synergy just ahead now of Hard Knocks. Yannick Boyer and Melanie Lafreniere are the 2 working on this round of 9 muscle-ups and 20 thrusters. They are in the lead right now in this heat. Second of 4 heats here in the final test of the day for the teams.
And we still got a lot of time left, but they are just a few seconds ahead of the split that was established in Heat 1.
So 230 reps from Stad CrossFit. That's 10 muscle-ups into their round of 13. Here comes Seth Sherritt and Alexis Kolobianki for Hard Knocks.
Rapidly approaching the halfway mark. Keep pointing out,
Hard Knocks on the left. 10 Skills CrossFit Synergy on the right.
And again, it's coming down to cycle rate. Look at how Hard Knocks gets in about a rep and a half per the other team's cadence.
Seth Sherritt doing a nice job on the left side, getting readjusted as he and Alexis Kolobianki got a little out of sync there.
And that's the tough part, Sean. It's not when we're fresh that it's difficult to sync up, but it's when we're both under fatigue and one happens to be suffering more than the other.
Stay strong.
Yeah, Sean, we talk
Black.
about teamwork making the dream work. This is one of the most difficult parts here. And Stay Strong, CrossFit Black, they had issues with even getting to the rings. And this is early on in the test, but think about how much dead time here is when you could be accumulating reps of those muscle-ups or even costing you time for reps at the thruster bar. But those rings are not low, and it takes effort even to grab them with an accurate perspective.
Ten Skills CrossFit Synergy continue to lead here. They just got hit with a no rep. Raphael Gauthier is the man on the barbell.
Bringing in their next male-female pairing. We got work happening in lane number 1 for CrossFit.
It's Moskovitz
They completed their muscle-ups, gets back out to the
and Eric Thomas on the left for Hard Knocks. These have been your top 2 teams throughout this second of 4 heats. Now Thomas and Moskovitz taking a break. Synergy continuing to work. Let's send it to Mike Arsenault.
Well, we learned very early in our CrossFit career to never go to failure in an AMRAP workout because you're going to hit the wall and you're not going to get around that wall. But Adrian, what exactly does not go to failure mean? Are you 5 reps away from failure, 3 or 1? Just how close do the people at home go when they're approaching an AMRAP workout like this?
Well, Mike, I got to say, you might have been a fast learner, but I've coached athletes for many years that do not learn not to red line. But in this case of these tests, what you got to be mindful of is the skill demand. So when you think about the bar muscle up or the ring muscle up, you must stay further back from your threshold. That means you can't get quite as close to failing on those high skill movements. However, on the thruster, you want to be able to persevere and dig a little bit more and be willing to suffer here, because you know if you can just stand the squat and thruster it through the upper body, then you'll get an opportunity to tag off and you get some rest.
Ten Skills CrossFit Synergy in the lead in their round of 11 muscle-ups and 25 thrusters. On the left is Hard Knocks, and they are starting to cut into 10 Skills' lead a little bit here. Seth Sherritt and Alexis Coley-Bianchi, the two athletes working for Hard Knocks, is the pair from 10 Skills CrossFit Synergy on the right side of your screen. They're going back to the barbell here for round 1 of 2 at this rep scheme.
And going into this round, they had established about a 12-second lead on the previous split of the leaders there. So, you know, something to consider again is how will they now manage the back third of this test, these last 5 minutes? How are they going to deal with the fatigue they've built, and can they stay on the pace?
CrossFit 1977 in lane 5 in the middle of the floor. They are ahead of Hard Knocks for second place in this heat. Right side of your screen are your leaders, 10 Skills CrossFit Synergy in lane 8. In lane 5, that's CrossFit 1977. They are ahead of the team on the far left, Hard Knocks, in lane 3 for second place. And now in lane 4, CrossFit Hype, the takeover. They are in the lead.
And as you watch that start to happen, any kind of exchange, especially this late, right, the back third, as we mentioned, that tells me that they were running their own race a little bit more strategically early in this test versus getting caught up in the hype and or the excitement of competition when a lot of the other teams might have done a little bit too much work too soon.
Tara Demers and Rob Thomas in their round of 11 muscle-ups and 25 thrusters. Stad CrossFit from Heat 1 has the score to beat unofficially at 230 reps. And now, Demers and Thomas switching in the middle of the round. This is legal. You can do this. It's the first time I think we've seen it, though.
Yeah, and to me it looked like a wise decision because Rob was struggling with those ring muscle-ups. Arms were getting a bit wider. So in this instance, she's able to come and give him some reprieve by her going to the rings and him working on the bar.
CrossFit 1977. They are your leaders right now. Michael Olivas, and I believe that's Lindsey Grassis on the barbell for CrossFit 1977.
10 Skills wrapping it up at the rig. Back to close out their second round of thrusters.
2 minutes before we hit the time count.
25 rep mark.
In lane 4, CrossFit Hype the takeover. Thomas and Demers switched again. And now they are heading to the barbell for their 25 thrusters.
Keep that noise up. They're going to need it less than 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, and you can tell that set at the rings was their biggest challenge thus far in the test. It really put them up against a wall, and they lost a tremendous amount of momentum there.
There's 90 seconds remaining.
10 Skills CrossFit Synergy on the right side of your screen. They are now in second place.
The athletes looking to finish strong. Their teammates
1977, the pair of Michael Olivas and Lindsey Grassis, they are in the lead in this heat as we approach the 14-minute mark. And now they advance the barbell. Now Luke Caneo and Danielle Oliveri are gonna have to get 10 muscle ups to tie Stats CrossFit score in this round of 13 muscle ups and 30 thrusters.
Muscle up still looking very strong. Catching them high above the ring as it saves the triceps. Wow.
We'll wait to see a judge's hand in the air here. And there it goes. And that should be their final rep.
Yep, that'll do it.
So CrossFit 1977, now they have the top score of 233 reps unofficially, and that was just adding bonus and the no rep to start. That will count.
Wow.
They got 2 thrusters in. Did CrossFit 1977, and they have the new score to beat, 235. That's unofficial.
Way to go that big after that much work on those rings. That's extremely impressive.
Replay presented by Rogue, and man, we had some volatility here in this thing late in the heat.
That's right, it was a really good race, and then, you know, we talked about how you manage this 15 minutes as an AMRAP. A lot of teams came out fast just to be fast, and a lot of teams just paced it nice and steady so that they could have the urgency more so in that last and final minute or two and award themselves. Right now, we've seen the best score for today.
235 reps is now our top score with 2 heats remaining. We are halfway through the second and final test of the day for the teams, test number 2. 2 heats remain here at the North America East semifinal on the opening day of competition. Glad you're with us, everyone. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault's down on the competition floor. We'll hear from him in just a second. Team test 2, 2 movements, well, really 3, and we're going to increase the reps as we move through this 15-minute AMRAP.
Yes, we are. This is a great test. Male-female pairs are going to come out onto the floor, and for those 15 minutes, they're going to start with 3 synchro muscle-ups, 1 on the bar, 1 on the rings, and 5 synchro thrusters at 95 for the men and 65 for the women, and they will continue to add work. So we're going to go up by 2 muscle-ups and up by 5 thrusters each and every round.
Let's bring in Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor.
Thank you very much, Sean. You'll notice that with all of the ring muscle-ups and all the bar muscle-ups these athletes are doing, they all have gymnastic grips like these from Bear Complex on to protect their hands so they're able to attack the rest of this weekend just as easily as they can to protect their hands. But Bear Complex is offering fans the ultimate VIP experience at the 2023 Noble CrossFit Games. If you scan the QR code now, you can get a chance to win free tickets, a meet and greet with Noah Olson, and a Bear Complex prize pack filled with top quality gear.
30 seconds.
Third of 4 heats here. 10 teams on the floor. Trying to track down CrossFit 1977's top score of 235 reps. Move fast, lift heavy.
Yeah, these were
6'5" there in lane number 6.
Yeah, they were one of those bubble teams, man, coming into this weekend, and with a test score probably not the way they preferred it in test 1. They've really got to come out and seize this one.
3 muscle-ups, 5 thrusters to start. 95 pounds on the barbell for the men, 65 for the women.
You know, after watching a couple heats of this, Sean, one of my biggest takes is don't rush this. Don't rush these transitions. Don't get your heart rate up for no reason, sprinting back and forth in this short distance. I need you to go bigger in your sets down the road than to go too fast too soon.
That's AB CrossFit Mayhem. Down the bottom of the screen. There's CrossFit West Chase. Kimberly DeCray and Devin O'Neill paired up. They will tag in Aaron Hanna and Tammy Yorkos. Every team now into the round of 5 muscle-ups and 10 thrusters. Early leaders all right next to each other in lanes 2 through 4. CrossFit West Chase in lane 2. CrossFit Move Fast, Lift Heavy 365 or 24/7, pardon me. 2 Move Fast, Lift Heavy teams out there, all wearing the same thing. And CrossFit Resurrection in lane 4.
Yeah, and we can't ignore some of these heavy hitters. AB CrossFit Mayhem and CrossFit Move Fast, Lift Heavy 24/7 have got, you know, 2 of the top 4 scores from event 1. So can't take our eyes off of them.
As West Chase in the lead, with DeCray and O'Neill back to work here on the muscle-ups.
Whoa. Yeah, Christian's got a little bit of left to right swinging going on, and that's similar to what we even covered when we replayed a little bit of the era that we saw from Stay Strong CrossFit Black, just with grabbing the rings in a bad position. Christian probably got up quick to make sure they could keep working, and he was able to salvage, so that shows great adaptability from him as an athlete.
Christian Harris paired with Winter Nicolette Rodriguez. CrossFit Crash Black down in lane 9.
Again, folks, if you look at the
in second place, Jared and Christian Shaw working together. West Chase, they were the first team to advance their barbells into the box of 15 thrusters. Is now Aaron Hanna and Tammy Yorkos start on their set of 7 muscle-ups. Synchronization occurs at the top, and during the course of this test, every athlete has to do at least 1 ring muscle-up.
That's
you
right.
can switch in the middle of the sets however you want. Just got to get the work done.
Yeah, you know, the intention there is to, of course, from a testing perspective, force each team to show that athletes have at least the capacity to do that 1 ring muscle-up.
About 2 solid reps separates first and second right now in this heat in lane number 2, CrossFit West Chase, and they're closely followed by CrossFit Resurrection.
Saw CrossFit Crash Black.
Lane number 4.
Sergio Viceno and Lindsay Lane paired up for them. They're on the right side of your screen. On the left, lanes 2, 3, and 4. These are your leaders in this heat, led by CrossFit West Chase as Hannah and Yorkos have the barbell down. And here come O'Neill and DeCray.
4 minutes in, athletes. 4 minutes in.
Looks like lane number 9.
Only 4 minutes in, 15-minute AMRAP here. 235 reps is the mark to beat from CrossFit 1977. They got 2 thrusters into their set of 30.
And finishing this round of 15 thrusters was around 5:12 for a previous heat leader.
O'Neill and DeCray onto the barbell.
Now we've got a
O'Neill hanging out and waiting for DeCray.
second lane number 9, CrossFit Crash Black, trying to take down CrossFit West Chase right now. They're at the far end. Lane 2 battling it out with lane number 9.
AB CrossFit Mayhem, meanwhile, is starting to move up in this heat. They are in second place in the heat. And now in first place, just ahead
5:06
of West Chase. And down in lane number 9, Crash Black as well. So things have tightened towards the front here in heat number 3.
You know, and to keep in mind, the last heat, the team that led to the 5:12 off that 15, they weren't the ones that got the most reps. Have you ever been in an affiliate, been leading a workout, looked to the left, then looked to the right and wondered, is this a mistake?
And
Because
usually
I've
if I'm in that position, yes.
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 I've equally been there, man. I've been there. Early in my CrossFit competition days, I ate that hard truth many, many times that I didn't pace appropriately.
Ivan Verdun and Maria Camila Quintero towards the top of your screen. Quintero in that yellow shirt for AB CrossFit Mayhem. They are your leaders right now in this third of 4 heats.
AB CrossFit efficiency, I think.
Both these athletes moving amazingly, making the reps easy to judge, right? Clearly below parallel on the squat, locking their elbows out aggressively at the top. With no pause, cycling right down into the next rep. This will really add up as we continue to add 5 reps to every round they come back to the thrusters.
You do not see that pause, one partner waiting for the next to get to the top. That was some beautiful work there from Quintero and Verdun. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault on the competition floor.
I spoke to Chloe Gauvin-David earlier, just before the competition, and she's a new member of the team. She was on CrossFit Pro 1 Montreal in previous years, and she said initially she was nervous about joining the team. How would they develop chemistry? So they did a practice event. They entered the Crash Crescendo event last month, and she said they made a lot of errors. They worked on their chemistry, so they really ironed out the kinks. However, they also won that competition, so that imbued them with some confidence for all of these tests we're about to embark on this weekend.
And remember, it was Move Fast, Lift Heavy as they head back to the barbell. Christian Harris and Winter Nicolette Rodriguez, they made a late charge in the last test to put up one of the top times.
Yeah, and that self-awareness is key, right? Again, you guys will hear me say this far too often throughout the course of this weekend, but just because you can doesn't mean you should, and that really requires a lot of self-discipline and self-awareness early in a test that can get out on the long side, and even with a traditional couplet, 15 minutes is quite a while, so I'll be interested to see how Move Fast, Lift Heavy makes moves here in the latter part of this one.
Laura Sanchez and Mario Santaella are advancing their barbells. They remain in the lead, and they will bring on Ivan Verdun and Maria Camila Quintero to start this round of 11 muscle-ups and 25 thrusters.
And with the conclusion of that round, it looks like they're a little closer now to the split that we saw from the heat before, only just a few seconds ahead.
235 reps is the score to beat from CrossFit 1977 in heat number 2. CrossFit 1977 got 2 thrusters into their set of 30.
And I think what was really unique about where they were in the test and how they finished was that they were able to get up and get those 13 muscle-ups unbroken to give themselves an opportunity to get those reps at the barbell.
Quintero and Verdun back to the barbell. They will be the first team to start this set of 25. And here comes Will Carter and Chloe Gauvin-David in second place. And now Aaron Hanna and Tammy Bjorkos from CrossFit West Chase will be the third team to start this set of 25. CrossFit Resurrection. They are on to their set of 25 as well.
And AB CrossFit Mayhem just having the ability to cycle those thrusters a touch faster, rep for rep than the competition. And it's allowing them almost every round to gain just a touch more distance between those and their peers.
second pair.
Santaya and Sanchez onto the muscle-ups now. Less than 5 minutes to go.
Not missing a beat on these muscle-ups.
They have not broken this set of 11.
And this will be, yeah. If this is a hint at what they'll have left in reserve for the next round, they're gonna have a good chance. As we hear the chance for maybe CrossFit over there.
And a no rep to start things off. And here come Christian Harris and Winter Nicolette Rodriguez for Move Fast Lift Heavy 24/7 on the left side of your screen, but they're really going to have to put on a charge here to catch AB CrossFit Mayhem.
Yeah, and AB taking a strategic break here. So we'll see if Move Fast Lift Heavy has other intentions, perhaps a more methodical unbroken set. Nope.
Santaya and Sanchez continuing to work. They are in their final 5 reps. And they will advance their barbells to the final section on the floor here.
The thrusters will be the first to advance their barbells into the 30-rep zone.
Yeah, and somewhere in the middle of those thrusters, they were about a 30-second lead on the field. And I have a feeling they're going to have elongated that quite a bit.
So Verdun and Quintero have got to get 3 thrusters here to set the new mark to beat. .235 reps unofficially. That's our top score. And AB CrossFit Mayhem has a really good shot at tracking that down.
And again, look at the ring muscle-ups happening. How high he's able to catch those above the rings to save his triceps. What allows him to do that is that he's able to transition over the rings early without his legs getting high laying under the rings. And that really adds up over time, saving his triceps.
Only 2 teams in this round of 13 muscle-ups. Move Fast Lift Heavy 24/7 and AB CrossFit Mayhem.
You have 2 minutes, athletes. 2 minutes.
Quintero and Verdun are done, and now they will look to set the new mark to beat here with now 1:45 to go before we hit the time cap. They only need 3 thrusters to establish the top mark.
Exactly. Isn't that wild? As you mentioned, with 1:45 left, they're about to tie the score with about 1:40 ahead of the split by now.
And they are your new leaders.
And if their desire is an event win here, they've got to have urgency and the ability to suffer in order to create a buffer for the latter heats that are going to be coming after this score.
That's 15 reps right now. They're halfway through. And now 10 to go. They're going to take a break. They got through 20, did Verdun and Quintero. And they have a realistic chance of getting Santaya and Sanchez onto the floor here in this round of 13 muscle-ups and 30 thrusters. So they have blown past the prior mark to beat. Move Fast Lift Heavy 24/7. They are onto the barbell, and they have 5 reps to go to Chloe Gavin, David, and Will Carter. And they're going to get their second pair onto the floor here. But AB CrossFit Mayhem looking like they're going to hang on for the victory here. Christian Harris and Winter Nicolette Rodriguez are working through their muscle-ups, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to catch AB CrossFit, but a good charge again late from Move Fast Lift Heavy 24/7. Unofficially 269 reps.
Wow.
From AB CrossFit.
What a show they put on. Execution at a top level there.
They only needed 3 thrusters in that round of 30, and they got that and then some.
Oh yeah, they did. And you know what I appreciate here is that this team had the self-awareness to know themselves early on. They were still leading the charge, and then late they continued to come on strong and really created the separation in the last 2 rounds, where they were able to create a buffer against the last heat by almost 1:40 as they approached that last barbell to conclude those 30 thrusters and give their teammate an opportunity to add some icing to the cake into the round of 7.
269 reps is now the mark to beat, with 1 heat remaining here in the final test. Day number 1 for the teams. Final heat in the last event of the day for the teams is up next. We are glad you're with us on this opening day of competition at the North American East Semifinal from Orlando, Florida. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. We've got Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor. We'll bring him in just a second. Test 2 presented by Jocko Go. And again, it doesn't start until we're about 8 minutes into this thing.
You know it does. It's a 15-minute AMRAP. Male-female pairs, what they're going to do is go through 3 synchro muscle-ups, one person on the bar, 1 person on the rings, then 5 synchro thrusters at 95 for the men, 65 for the women. And we're going to increase each and every round 2 muscle-ups and 5 thrusters, 1-to-1, work to rest. Now, because this is a 15-minute AMRAP, it's important to put your fastest first, because you want to get as much work done as possible, and the speedier 2 are going to get the next pair onto the floor. And then understand that every second does count, because we are trapped and we're all working for the same amount of time. 1 repetition, 2 repetitions are going to be a big skew in the scoring.
Lane assignments for this 4th and final heat of test number 2. Lane number 3, CrossFit CLT, the Grid House. They had a great showing in test number 1. Looking to duplicate that here. The team out of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yeah, and what we want to keep our eyes on is Kevin Steinhaus was very open about partially tearing his bicep just a month ago at a competition that he was a part of, and to be recovered from that, to have the sandbag holds already a part of this, and then a lot of muscle-ups coming his way. Something to keep in mind.
Steinhaus, the man in the back, as it's going to be Josh Harden.
Number 4, our final heat of competition. For today,
the first man out, along with Carolyn Klutz. Well, down in lane number 10 is CrossFit Pro 1 Montreal. And Mike Arsenault has more on them.
Facing some adversity coming into this competition, Captain Fred Dubé broke his foot 2 weeks ago. They had to sub in Antoine Boyer. Now, Fred's strengths were anything with muscular endurance and cardio, so that's why Pro 1 struggled in test number 1. However, Antoine is a very strong presser, so look to see Pro 1 Montreal make a move here in test number 2. And Fred, although he is the leader on the floor, he has the coach's ticket, so he can't help on the floor, but before and after these tests, he's still helping out his teammates.
Thank you, Mike. Pro 1 Montreal working on those thrusters. As every team is already into the round of 5 muscle-ups and 10 thrusters. We had 2 muscle-ups every round and 5 thrusters every round. 269 reps is the mark to beat. That's from AB CrossFit in heat number 3.
And that's going to be quite the test, but you've got to be more than aware that these teams know the score to beat and understand what it's going to take in order to do that. And we can tell by the urgency that even a lot of the teams have taken in these first couple rounds.
That's CrossFit OBA, Emily Lundberg and Joey Tortora. Handing things off to Nick Hecht and Kelsey Keel. There's Kelsey Keel in the pink shorts. Billa Maracchino is next to her. He's paired with Taylor Williamson for East Nashville Proven. Proven and OBA neck and neck to the barbell.
And no wasted time. The thruster being the combination of that front squat and push press is also the reverse coming down. So you want to think about when you're going for speed, pulling the bar back down into your throat and initiating the squat immediately. This is going to reduce the cycle time. And we're going to see the fastest movers and the highest scorers be doing just that.
OBA and East Nashville Proven. Your top 2 teams in this heat, and down in lane number 8, Triple T CrossFit Black. They're also right there as well. Triple T CrossFit Black on the right side of your screen.
Lane number 5, pulling ahead. That's CrossFit East Nashville Proven.
Nistler and Paulson for Proven are done. Tortora and Lundberg onto the barbell. Set of 15 thrusters. 3.5 minutes gone by. 15-minute time gap in this event. It's an AMRAP. Everyone's going to work for 15 minutes. Nistler and Paulson are through, and they will bring in Maracchino and Williamson to close out this round of 7 thrusters and 15 muscle-ups.
And again, we see different strategy approaches. Men and women exchanging roles early in this test. You wonder, is it to keep one fresh for the big sets towards the end?
Nick Hecht and Kelsey Keel on the far left side of your screen for OBA working together.
It's a little quiet out there, guys. Let's put our hands together for these athletes.
Williamson and Maracchino to the barbell. Right behind them, here come Hecht and Keel for OBA. And then in lane number 8, Triple T CrossFit Black.
Yeah, and there are nuances happening here, even as we watch East Nashville Proven go to work, and we watch Taylor Williamson, and the descent of her thruster, you watch, she starts to break at her hips just before it makes contact with her upper body in order to even gain an extra split second in her thruster.
Jordan Adcock and Mike Needleman paired up for Triple T CrossFit Black. As now Paulson and Nistler on their round of 9 muscle-ups and 20 thrusters. They are in the lead. OBA on the left side of your screen is right behind them. And then CrossFit Mayhem Independence on the right. Angelo DeChico and Kyra Milligan in the top 3. And Triple T CrossFit Black in that fight as well. They are down in lane number 8.
You see Paulson and Nistler making their way to the thruster bar. They started that round about 14 seconds ahead of our leader in the previous heat.
Moonberg and Tortora for OBA in second place. And Tanner Velaz and Hannah Hardy get to the barbell for Triple T CrossFit. They're on the right side of your screen. Angelo DeChico and Kyra Milligan down to the barbell in fourth place. 6 minutes gone by, 9 minutes remain, 269 reps is the score to beat. Belongs to CrossFit 1977.
And Sean, when we think about experience, these teams out here got it. We got 6 of the top 10 scores so far from Event 1 out here on the floor. You think about the pace they've established. We're only 6 minutes in, but you don't have the same, or I don't have the same judgment on their pacing selection, because I'd say they got to be aware at this point, right? Like, we're probably not going to see a ton of dropped pacing strategies, at least at this point, you'd like to think.
9 muscle-ups and 20 thrusters is where the leaders are in this test. It's East Nashville Proven in the middle of your screen. Taylor Williamson and Tola Maraquino are moving back to the barbell.
Continuing to keep that urgency right into the reps.
Here come Kelsey Keel and Nick Hecht. The top 2 teams starting to separate here. Mayhem Independence, the pair of Sam DeMeester and Zoe Jones, third team to the barbell, and it's getting crowded behind them.
Yeah, and this is typically where we start to see the bottleneck disperse a little bit. We get about halfway through this test, and the rubber meets the road on some of these muscle-ups. Teams start to want to break up their thruster sets, and the leaders can create some separation.
Proven will be the first team into the round of 11 muscle-ups and 25 thrusters. About 8 minutes now gone by. Hecht and Keel are back, bottom right-hand part of your screen for OBA. They are still in second place. And now DeMeester and Jones for Mayhem Independence, as DeChico and Milligan are back to work. These 3 teams on your screen into the round of 11 muscle-ups and 25 thrusters. Mike Arsenault's down on the competition floor. Mike, what do you have?
Thank you very much, Sean. I'm assuming there's method to the madness in terms of how these teams are pairing up their athletes for this test number 2. So, Adrian, my question to you is, if you were coaching one of these teams, how do you pair the athletes? Is it based on the thrusters, or is it based on the muscle-ups?
Yes, the answer is yes, Mike, and meaning that there's not quite a clear answer to that black and white. What I want to make sure that I'm doing is trying to match capacities overall. In fact, one of the biggest key decisions that I need to make is trying to get my most proficient pair together and get them on the floor first, because we know the time is going to be the dictator on how many reps and rounds we can get done. So I want the first and best pair out there as much and for as much work as possible.
8th Day CrossFit down in lane 2. They're on the left side of your screen.
First break there for Proven.
Keep an eye on them. Dylan Hamming and Heather Poss on the barbell. We're starting to put on a late charge, and this is where we have seen movement as far as placement is considered in the prior heats.
Well, and then you look at what Proven's doing right now. They came in with only a 9-second lead on the split, and it seems to be diminishing as we watched Nistler and Paulson there not only break up their set, but start to pause at the top of the lockout. So it's definitely not a guarantee that we'll see them come out on top over the previously established leaders.
Tola Maraquino and Taylor Williamson onto their set of 11 muscle-ups. They're the only team right now working on this portion, the only team that has gotten their second pair into this portion. And now 8th Day CrossFit, you see them on the right side of your screen working back to the rig. They and Mayhem Independence fighting for second place. CrossFit OBA has fallen off the lead pace and right now in fourth place along with CrossFit Pro 1 Montreal. Pro 1 Montreal at the top of your screen. Returning to the rig as Williamson and Maraquino are looking to close out this round of 25 thrusters, and then they will advance the barbell to the final portion on the floor with more than 4 minutes remaining before we hit the time cap.
How big can you go on these sets here? These thrusters are what's going to dictate how proven finishes, not just against, of course, this to the left and to the right within this heat, but overall.
Here come Michael Potts and Rachel Klausing for 8th Day CrossFit. Awesome master. In the 35 to 39-year-old division. 3.5 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Maraquino and Williamson are done. Now, AB CrossFit in this round of 13 muscle-ups and 30 thrusters were able to get their second pair along with Move Fast Lift Heavy 24/7 onto the muscle-ups. But Paulson and Nisler, if they want to get their second straight event win here, have got to get through these 43 reps. 3 minutes to go.
Coming into the start of this round, they had about a 20-second lead on the previously set pace. So it just depends on how well they can hold on.
So far, both Paulson and Nisler going unbroken, and now they're going to break. Dylan Hamming and Heather Poss for 8th Day CrossFit. They are also into that round of 13 muscle-ups and 30 thrusters.
Paulson and Nisler back up after about a 13, 14-second rest.
CrossFit Mayhem Independence. They are into the round of 13 and 30.
Looks like East Nashville.
Here come Paulson and Nisler to the barbell. 2 minutes to go here.
And it looked like he yelled at her just 10. So I don't know if the plan is to do 10. We'll see how they communicate through this set.
The magic number for the thrusters.
The athletes are coming up on
269 reps is the score to beat from AB CrossFit in the prior heat. And again, they got their second pair onto the floor in this portion of the test.
Yeah, once that bar dropped there, that almost puts them out of contention to beat AB CrossFit at this point, especially with how long it's just sitting there.
265 is the next best score. That's from CrossFit Move Fast Lift Heavy. After that, it's 246 reps. So a top 3 finish, still very much in the cards for East Nashville Proven. Less than a minute to go.
Another break, still not out of this block yet. And this is where you have to really try to, not that they're not digging it already, right? We've watched them persevere through this test up until this point, but you've got to be willing to almost risk failure in some of these last thruster reps to get your teammates on the floor.
Ben Smith from CrossFit Krypton in the background there. He'll start his set of 30.
30 seconds to go.
So 5 reps to go for Paulson and Nisler. The AB CrossFit Mayhem looking like they're going to pick up an event win, a test win, and add 100 points to their total.
10 seconds.
With 10 seconds remaining, Paulson and Nisler probably not going to be able to get Maraquino and Williamson any reps here. But they will take the heat. And depending on where things shake out, likely they could be our overall leaders heading into day 2 tomorrow.
One more big round of applause for CrossFit East Nashville Proven.
We had some volatility behind the leaders, but the leaders were there pretty much throughout this test.
And you know what we saw as this test really started to play it out is that smooth is fast. You know, they started early and they paced themselves early. It was a very tight race, but the execution is what it came down to at the end, and they were to create some great separation right around minutes 9 through 11, and then of course hold on and what seems to be an unofficial 4th place in this event.
And for the second time today, CrossFit East Nashville Proven gets to have a conversation with Mike Arsenault.
Well, thank you very much, Sean. It is total carnage down here on the competition floor. Very difficult performance, very difficult test here in test number 2. Tola, we had a discussion on the broadcast of just what was the strategy behind picking the pairs for this test? What was the deciding factor?
Yeah, it was just thruster, cycle speed. Taylor and I are both a little taller, longer legs, and they cycle a little faster than us, and they put up a better split in training, so put them first.
Now, Taylor, if you keep this up, the 5 of us are going to get to know each other very well over the next few days. Tremendous performances on the first 2 tests. You mentioned that the key is the chemistry, so the team bonding. So I'd like to know what the team bonding looks like after the first day of competition tonight.
Eating a bunch of food.
Sounds good. Short but sweet. Congratulations. A tremendous day 1 performance.
Thank you.
East Nashville Proven does not get the test win, but they do win their heat. The 100 points unofficially going to AB CrossFit Mayhem. 269 reps to pick up the test win for them. So 2 tests in the books for the teams here on day number 1. We still have 3 days of competition remaining. The individuals and teams both in action tomorrow and on Saturday, and then the individuals close us out on Sunday. Thanks so much for spending your day with us here as we kick off live competition for the 2023 Noble CrossFit Games season. For Mike Arsenault, Adrian Conway, Chase Ingram, and our entire crew, I'm Sean Woodland. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you back here in Orlando tomorrow.
CrossFit is long-lasting. It's the best way to get healthy and fit. It'll also be the best way to produce the most well-rounded athlete, the most athletic, well-rounded athlete that you can be. Like, it'll bring out the best physical version of yourself. And that's what I love about it, and that's why I compete, and that's why I own the gym. Seeing what you're physically capable of, I think, is something that I've always wanted to push that limit and push that boundary, and CrossFit gave me the ability to do that.
I would tell someone that's intimidated by CrossFit to take the leap of faith and walk through the doors.
Athletes you see on TV are the 1%.
So you don't have to be physically fit to start.
It doesn't matter what other folks are doing. This is about you. This is your fitness journey.
It really is infinitely scalable to everyone.
It's a gift to your kids for them not to have to take care of you because you can no longer function. And CrossFit will allow you to do that.
You're gonna feel better coming out of it than you did going into it. Just get inside the door, and then we'll take it from there.
I got into coaching CrossFit maybe a year and a half into doing CrossFit. I was worried that competing in CrossFit and coaching in CrossFit, that I would burn myself out making CrossFit basically my whole life. That's the thing that I did for fun. It was my outlet. It was the thing that I did to be healthy. And that if it was my job, it wouldn't feel the same anymore.
Just take that ball to your hip. There we go.
Coaching made me fall in love with CrossFit more. You learn more when you have to explain to people what you're doing as an athlete. I love watching beginners who have done nothing athletic in their whole life discover what it feels like to move your body and to be healthy and feel capable and strong. Like, that's just the coolest thing to watch people go through. It's so transformative for them. Being an athlete, you make small adjustments or even big adjustments, and it gives you this much. In our members, I make this much adjustment, and it gives them a life-changing experience.
Just a warm-up. You don't have to break anything to do this. Don't go too far if you're not feeling it yet.
CrossFit teaches you how much more capable you are than you would ever have believed of yourself. People think pain is like a normal part of just aging. You get older and pain happens, and you just have to accept that. You get people out of pain and they're like, oh my God, I didn't know life could not be painful. And it's awesome. That's the reason that I love coaching the demographic that we coach.
I want you to just squat jump without the med ball.
Being a coach has made me a better athlete because I really have to be a student of the sport. I really have to pick apart everything that I'm doing. I have to understand why and how and explain it to other people. And I've lived it. I've tried it through experience. I haven't just read about it or learned it in a certification about what the best recovery tools are, what the best nutrition practices are, what the best training tools are, injury prevention, stress management, sleep. I've done them all and I've tried them all, and I can talk to people and say, okay, here's where I think is going to make the biggest difference for you. Here's what I think is going to fit into your life best. We can have those conversations, and I have so much more to give because I have become a master of my craft. I heard a stat like 14% of the US population has a gym membership, and that just blew my mind.
90, dig in, push pull.
14%. What is happening to the other 86%? Like, how do we reach those people?
5 more seconds, Joe, let's go.
Those people are the people that need what we can provide, and I want to access those people.
One day down, 3 to go here at the North America East semifinal in Orlando, Florida. Thanks for sticking with us, everyone. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram and Adrian Conway. We saw 2 tests for the teams today, Adrian, and just after having the viewpoint that you were able to have, what stood out to you the most through these first 2 tests?
Well, it was business as we expected. That's what stood out to me the most. The teams that we picked to be towards the top executed the way that we thought that they would. They're going head-to-head between Proven, between Mayhem Independence, and, of course, Move Fast, Live Heavy 24/7 also put us on notice here within these first 2 tests.
Yeah, experience definitely paid off. Chase, we'll get to you in a second as we talk about individuals, but let's take a look back at the 2 tests we saw today. Test number 1, the winners, no surprise, as Adrian said, East Nashville Proven takes the 100 points with a time of 19 minutes 15.24 seconds. And they had no problem with this thing.
They had no problem whatsoever. They were smooth. They paced it just right, letting other teams take off with the race early on, and they stayed consistent. They ran their own race, and of course it was a longer test to kick it off, so now we know they've been working on their endurance.
Your Don't Weaken moment of the day presented by Rogue occurred in the same test but in the prior heat. AB CrossFit on the right side of your screen. They looked like they were cruising to an event win, but Move Fast, Lift Heavy 24/7 were able to pass them, and they get the heat victory.
That's right. It was extremely impressive, but they were just able to have that grit and that fortitude needed with the sandbag hold in order to let that teammate continue to work on the double unders, and it paid off for them as they were able to stick with it and grind through that moment to not weaken.
Meanwhile, in Test 2, AB CrossFit was able to hang on this time. They put up an impressive performance in the third of 4 heats, 269 total reps.
Yeah, and Sean, this test here was very unique in the form of an AMRAP, and they ran a smooth pace early, and they had tremendous cycle speed late on the thrusters, but most importantly, being able to go 13 reps unbroken on the final set of muscle-ups is what allowed them to get the victory.
We're still waiting for the overall official standings. If you guys want to stay up to date on everything that's going on with the semifinals, be sure to go to games.crossfit.com. They'll have all the latest standings once those are tabulated. But let's turn our attention now to the individuals, as they will be in action starting tomorrow. And we'll start on the women's side. Again, the big news, Mal O'Brien, you're not here. We talked about that at the beginning of the day, and that really changes things up as far as the landscape is concerned for the women's competition.
If we fast forward to the CrossFit Games, absolutely. This podium is wide open for everyone. But for what we have coming in starting tomorrow, I don't know how they feel. I know how I feel getting ready to just call the action tomorrow. These individuals have been walking around all day, seeing the teams go, and I cannot imagine what they are experiencing, waiting to tackle what's ahead in day number 1. But that 3-athlete race, Brooke Wells, Daniel Brennan, Emma Lawson, those are just 3. Everyone has a shot. I know we have 11 spots. 1 basically opened up with Mal out of the picture, but we have way more athletes than we do have qualifying spots, and that means we're going to have an amazing show.
The men's side loaded as well, and 2 men who are probably going to be slugging it out in Madison, Roman Krenikoff and Jeffrey Adler. We're going to get an early look at them starting tomorrow. What are you looking forward to watching, not only with them, but also the other male athletes who are going to be competing here on Friday?
I would say with those 2 specifically, I want to see what Jeffrey Adler is going to do with Roman Krenikoff, because we know we've got machines. That is Roman's bag. But Jeffrey Adler has been smashing his weaknesses ever since the 2020 CrossFit Games, and it is showing his dramatic improvement from year to year, taking 5th place last year. So how does he handle maybe stepping into what we would consider Roman's arena, even Jason Hopper's arena, like we said earlier this morning? This is going to be a big boy test that have big engines, and I can't wait to see some of our big named athletes take that test to each other.
We still have 3 days remaining. We still have a lot of live competition remaining in the season and in the year. One of those is the Rogue Invitational, going to be taking place again in Austin, Texas, and you can buy your tickets now for the 5th annual Rogue Invitational in Austin, Texas, again from October 27th through the 29th. Go ahead and scan that QR code on your screen to make sure that you are there in person. We're going to get things kicked off tomorrow starting at 2 p.m. Eastern Time with Team Test 4. Then at 3:30, individual action with Test 2 for the men and the women. It's going to be a lot of fun here as we are going to have a packed competition schedule over the next couple of days. Thanks so much for watching today, everybody. We really appreciate it. It's great to have live competition back, and it's great to have you with us throughout the weekend. For Adrian Conway, and Chase Ingram. Also with Mike Arsenault and our entire crew here, I'm Sean Woodland, and we'll see you back here in Orlando tomorrow. The 2023 Noble CrossFit Games North America East Semifinal is brought to you by Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Wild Health, revolutionizing healthcare, unleashing your athletic potential. Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. And RP Strength, the trusted app of Rich Froning and Annie Thorisdottir.